Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council of Lakewood, City of Lakewood Council meeting on October 9th, 2023 at 7 o'clock p.m. For those folks tuning in tonight via the telephone, the number is going to be 720-707-2699. And that webinar ID for the phone and just strictly Zoom is going to be 849-5732-0840. You'll press pound twice to get into the meeting, and then when we have the opportune time for public comment, you can press *9 to request to speak. So with that, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for joining us here in person or online, and I'll ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Paul.
Here.
Oliver. Here. Mayock Guerrero.
Here.
Stewart.
Here.
Franks. Strom.
Here.
Jansen.
Here.
Sharazai.
Here.
Springsteen.
Here.
Vincent.
Here.
Councilor Abel is
Here.
absent. Mayor Paul, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Vincent, we hear you. Thank you. You're good. Okay, with that, next up
I
is...
can't see anybody, though.
Okay, well, we can see you.
Oh, good.
Just keep...
Now I can see you.
Just keep smiling. Just keep smiling.
Okay.
All right. So next up is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to rise, please do so. We'll remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, please be seated. All right, so item 4 is our statement of conflict of interest. All members of City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. Actually, the clerk, please read item 5.
Item 5, proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day.
Okay, so I am gonna invite Ralph Left Hand Bull, who's a resident of Ward 3, to come down and please accept this. And Councilor Stewart is going to read the proclamation. She put this forth, so if she doesn't have it, she's going to read it from here.
A proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day. Whereas the City of Lakewood acknowledges that we are on the traditional territories of Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute peoples who have cared for and inhabited this land long before its establishment. And whereas the City of Lakewood recognizes the invaluable contributions and enduring heritage of Indigenous peoples, including the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and other tribal nations who have stewarded the land we now call home for generations. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day honors the resilience, culture, and history of the First Nations, acknowledging their deep connections to the land, traditions, and enduring presence. And whereas the City of Lakewood is committed to promoting understanding, respect, and appreciation for the diverse cultures, languages, and traditions of Indigenous communities. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day provides an opportunity for all residents to learn about the history, experiences, and contemporary issues facing Indigenous peoples in our region and beyond. Now therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of Lakewood and the City of Lakewood, I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim October 9th, 2023 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Lakewood and recognize the importance of acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of this land. I encourage all residents to engage in meaningful conversations, education, and activities that promote awareness and respect for the rich heritage of the First Nations.
Good evening. I want to thank you guys for your time and energy and consideration regarding this situation. I am Lakota. I am not Ute or Arapaho, but I know a lot of Arapaho and Ute people, so I'm standing here with regards to their presence and their respect, and we want to thank you guys for this acknowledgement. Thank you guys for this proclamation. And if you got a quick second, can I sing a song?
Yes, please. Amazing.
Wanka tanka tunka shela pila maya Elohe chanu pa wanka cha mayanku Elohe pila maya Elohe we chozani wa mayanku elo pila maya ye pila maya yelo hey. Thank you.
Very cool. All right, will the clerk please read the next item?
Item 6, proclamation honoring Dr. Michelle Haney.
All right, Dr. Haney, come on down. All right. So we have a proclamation recognizing President Dr. Michelle Haney. Whereas President Dr. Michelle Haney announced that she will retire in January 2024, culminating 31 years of service for the Colorado Community College system and 15 years as the president of Red Rocks Community College. And whereas Dr. Haney is a dedicated and visionary leader who has made a profound impact on the lives of countless students, faculty, staff, and community members. And whereas Dr. Haney has made significant contributions to the region and the Lakewood community, including her work to expand educational opportunities for all aspiring students. And whereas Dr. Haney has also been a tireless advocate for education, equity, and access through the implementation of wraparound support for students to ensure that all students have the opportunity to succeed. And whereas Dr. Haney's leadership, Red Rocks Community College has seen unprecedented growth and success, with the college expanding its academic offerings, launching new programs and incentives, and strengthening its partnerships with businesses and industries. And whereas Dr. Haney spearheaded a successful philanthropic campaign to build the Arvada campus and led Red Rocks to become the first community college in the country to offer a master's degree, and became an early adopter of Bachelor's of Applied Science degrees, creating programs in water quality management and secure software development that align with workforce demands. And whereas Dr. Haney's leadership at Red Rocks Community College has bolstered its curriculum and reputation by becoming one of the largest colleges in the Colorado Community College system, with nearly 10,000 students across its two campuses in Lakewood and Arvada each year. And whereas Dr. Haney has also received many accolades like the Shirley B. Gordon Award for Phi Theta Kappa, a Woman in Business Award from the Denver Business Journal, and was named a Leader Among Leaders and Woman of the Year by the American Association of Women in Community Colleges, and the city of Westminster, where she served on city council. She was also voted as President of the Year in 2019. Outside of Red Rocks Community College, this is really cool. She has authored 3 books published in English, German, Japanese, Finnish, Chinese, Polish, and Arabic. And whereas Dr. Haney's commitment to excellence and her passion for education are an inspiration to us all, and she will always be a true asset to the city of Lakewood with the American Association of Community Colleges. Now, therefore, I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, declare in recognition of the outstanding contributions of Dr. Michelle Haney that the City of Lakewood proudly honors Dr. Haney on this day to celebrate her accomplishments and does hereby extend our heartfelt gratitude for her dedication and service to the community.
I want to thank City Council, and I want to thank the citizens of Lakewood. It's been such a pleasure to serve you all, and I hate to leave. But I also have to mention that Mayor Paul is also a graduate of Red Rocks, so we do good things. And so thank you very, very much for the recognition. I really appreciate that, and I'll be coming back. You'll see me. So thank you again.
So I'll just, again, circle back and thank you for the 2 proclamations and thank you for coming out and singing for us and being part of our evening. That was really cool. All right, next up is public comment. And let me grab my script. If you haven't had a chance to sign up for public comment, we'll get through the list and you can come down and see Mr. Rob and he'll make sure that he has that opportunity. Okay. So this is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council on items that do not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the City Council. I ask that all persons either in presence or calling in observe the same decorum of a City Council meeting that would be either held in person or, of course, you folks are here. To participate via phone, I threw out that number. And again, you'll have, let's see here, 3 minutes to address City Council. This little clock here will go green and then yellow at 30 seconds and red when your time is up. We'll politely ask you to wrap up. And if you're calling in this evening, at 30 seconds, you'll hear a ding. And when your time is up, you'll hear. And so I also ask that we refrain from audible support or discourse with the speakers. Certainly, if you want to agree, we have other ways to do that, but we have a lot of folks that wish to speak on some important issues. I would also ask that we be cognizant of redundancy. Certainly, we know there's a lot of folks that are here for the same reasons. So with that, we'll get rolling. First up, Mr. Mace, come on down.
Can you give about 3 seconds, Mayor, please?
That's it.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. The reason I'm here tonight is I want to let everybody know that, again, I've been pulled over by Lakewood PD on August 30th, 2023. I was pulled over at 1301 Carr Street, which is James Ritchie Park. Again, and then the second time on my way from James Ritchie Park to Lakewood Water Station, I fell meaning that I am tired of West Metro and Lakewood harassing me to no end. I feel like this is everybody's responsibility, including our city manager. Our city manager needs to take responsibility for this. And also, the last thing I want to say is West Metro is now not administering ketamine, but they are starting to give out roofies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, then Ms. Gies. Mr. Gonzalez? Good evening. And then Ms. Gies. Greetings.
First of all, I want to thank you for recognizing the Indigenous people. I appreciate it very much. It's something that does not happen very often. Also, I would like to go ahead and bring up again, I was here a couple months ago about the homeless situation. And to date, I see nothing that has changed out there. I have left messages for my ward representatives, and I haven't gotten any calls back, except for Ms. Vincent. But I live over in Ward 2. And we had that huge fire that happened over there on 13th and I think it was just right off of Sheridan. And it doesn't seem like we're making headway. And I know we've got more important things to talk about tonight. But I do wish that the city council would do a little bit more background check, make sure that the people of Lakewood are represented properly. We are having a hard time with communication. And I work in the safety division, and if we don't have communication, everything else goes down the tubes. And so all I ask is that you guys just make a little bit effort of talking to your people out there and making sure that we know who you are. Okay, and that's all I'm asking, okay, is get the people off the street. We're talking about that tonight, and I'm going to be here for a little while, but I want to thank you again for what you guys are attempting to do, but I really pray that you guys do a lot more. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Gies? And then Ms. Springer.
Good evening. Kind of nice to be a regular here. I'm sure you guys are enjoying it too. So, my comments tonight are wondering with question, how in the world do we find out in advance when you're going to be changing like Belmar Park from a park into apartments? It seems that the majority of the people here can back me up on this one. We never really seem to find out until it's already been sold, getting ready to be bulldozed. We don't know who's the purchaser. I used to work in those buildings over there, and I know that they are old and they're dilapidated. They were dilapidated when I was working over there. But to have those go down, parking lots coming in, and all of the trees that are scheduled to be taken down, as well as then filling it up with the apartment buildings. I can't remember what the exact number, I think it's something like 415 apartment units. But how in the world can we hear well in advance that this is going to be taking place so that we can then protest and fight against it long before the final decision has been made? It's very frustrating. I know there's been a number of different projects that I have been involved with that we'd really kind of come here and talk, but we don't know the answers to get it from the very beginning as opposed to at the end. And I'd just like to find out, what do we need to do? I know you're not going to give the answer at this moment, but it certainly would be nice to save our park over here at Belmar. I don't know why in the world you think that it has to be changed when we've got such a beautiful environment over there with the concerts in the park and all of the even just the cider days. But it would be nice to know that we can count on hearing something before the actual action has been approved and can no longer take steps to go in reverse. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we're going to get that all out this time, all right? And then we're going to switch it over. Thank you. All
Good
right.
evening, Mayor Paul, and good evening, Council. I'm also here to talk about Belmar Park, and I'm here to talk about the trees. People have been asking me if I'm against homes and buildings and apartments and only for trees. And of course, that's not true. I wish that everybody had a home. I really, really do. I'm very saddened by the people who are sleeping outside and not having what they need. What I don't understand and what I'd like to know from you is why we have to choose between the trees and the buildings. It doesn't make any sense to me that, I mean, you're sitting here as leaders of our community, and I'm sure you have children and grandchildren, and I have to ask you, what have you said to them about these 69 trees that will be taken down? All they're learning in school is about how important the environment is, how important it is that we take care of where we live, and yet you're going to be telling your families that the trees are going down, the birds will be flying into the buildings and being hurt and killed. The habitat will be completely different when this is over. So I ask you to really think about that, not just in this case, but as we move forward. And so I'm wondering, how do we, the same as the woman before me, how do we know about these things? I understand that it's something about zoning, and I don't claim to know what's going on, but I'd like to volunteer to be a help if there's a zoning committee or something that can change the fact that we don't seem to have any control over what's happening right next to this absolutely amazing park. I'm sure you all know that planting new trees, that's really important, and I'm so happy that we're doing that, but they will be nothing for 20 or 30 years. They won't create a canopy that stops the temperature from rising. They won't provide the homes that these trees now provide. It takes a long time for the new trees to move into a place where they can do that. And when you plant new trees, you have no guarantee that they're going to end up being these lovely, wonderful, mature trees that we have. And it takes a lot of effort. You're going to have to work, and you need more water, and you need more fertilizer. It's going to cost a lot of money to do that. And then in the end, they could fall sick and not actually become the trees like the ones we have now. So I just ask you, as people who, I'm sure you care about the future, I just would like to know if there are ways that we can create buildings and apartments, et cetera, without disturbing nature, without disturbing something as wonderful as Belmar Park, without taking away the habitat of the animals. So that's what I would ask you to really strive to do. And as I said, I'm not just asking you to do it. If you need a volunteer on a zoning committee, I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just a reminder, our rules are that we don't have audible applause or discourse with the speakers. So if we could just please, I understand there's a lot of passion, but we want to make sure we're respectful to everybody in the room as they're presenting. So I have a 10-minute pooling up next, and I have, looks like Tom, you're going to present. And then we have Dwayne. Are you here, Dwayne? Just raise your hand. Dwayne Springer. Crystal Ray? Yep, Tom. Yep. But I know I just need to make sure everybody's here on the pooling. Do I have Dwayne here? Yep, there we go. All right, Crystal?
I'm going to donate mine to Tom.
Well, right, you're already on that. I'm just making sure that everybody's here. And then Sharon Montag? Okay, great. Come on down.
Thank you for the honor to be here tonight. in front of all of you. And I had some slides that we were going to show, some pictures.
They're up.
They're up. Yay! All right. All right. My talk, once again, is about the park, and specifically about parking. I sat through the meeting last Monday watching the people talk about the parking situation, and I was wanting to jump on, and for some reason I wasn't able to get in to pose my questions there. But my real issue is that I want to find out what's going on as far as overflow parking. The claim is that they're putting 1.5 parking places per apartment that's going in there. But we see with all around the city where the parks are, there are people parked on the side streets. If you go by Lucky's over at 35th and Wadsworth, you'll see that Lucky's has been closed for about 1.5 years now, and yet their parking lot has cars, and it's from that apartment building. And so one of the things I'm concerned about here is the overflow parking. What happens, and this was even brought up at the meeting last Monday, what happens when I have company come to visit me and there's no place to park on Yarrow Street? There's a picture up here right now of Yarrow Street from this last weekend, and you can see that there's a shuttle bus coming down the street, and around the curve there's 2 curves. It's only a 3-block area with an entrance on one end and an entrance on the other, and that's it. That's the only in and out for there. If you had lived in our neighborhood, you would know that that street is full all the time with UPS trucks, Prime trucks, garbage trucks. And I don't know why we have so many garbage trucks. There's like one office building that's hardly used and a small little community that we get ours picked up once a week. But I can't imagine once there's that building there, how many garbage trucks there will be going down there. So one of my major concerns is the amount of parking that is going to be eaten up by the people who are going to choose not to park in that building. And it is their choice. We can't force people to say, we've got a parking place for you, you have to go there. So if they don't want to pay for parking, they can say, I'll park on the street. That is Yarrow Street that you see right there. And that's, once again, from Cider Days. But if they start overflowing onto that street, we will not be able to use it. There are people in our community who have trucks and oversized vehicles who cannot park in the garages that are there, that must use that street. If you cannot park on Yarrow Street, there is nowhere else to go, truly nowhere else to go. We can't park in the library lot. We can't park in the restaurant next door. We can't park in the Heritage Center parking lot. We can't park in this lot over here. If that street is filled, anybody living on that street has to go across Wadsworth and hopefully find something that they won't ticket or tow your car away. Parking is going to be an absolute major, major, major situation here. That is only 3 blocks along, as I said. And in addition to that, there are 4 fire hydrants, takes up parking places. There are 8 entrances onto there, from the library, from the restaurant, from our living community, from an area where we have a fire escape area. It is very, very limited. And in essence, what we're really saying is with the overflow from this building, we can't park in our own neighborhood. And yet at the meeting last week, one of the stances that the city has taken is they want people to be able to live close, to be able to park close to their home without having to wander around a lot. There's also a story about putting up a new parking lot between the library and the new building. We were told at a previous meeting that that would not allow overnight parking, which means that if you've got guests that are staying in, if we have company come from Chicago, I have relatives in Chicago, they love to come out here and visit, where are they going to park? If that street is full, I'm going to say, well, you have to park about 1.5 miles away from here, take a bus back, and I'll handle your luggage. It's about as good as I could do for them. And in addition to that, one of the other things that they brought up at that meeting the other day, last Monday, is that A possible solution to this is to have what we call parking permits. Well, parking permits, that's another fee, because, I mean, you can't do that free. You have to have some way, and I understand there has to be a fee for that. Why should we have to pay a fee to park on our own street? And can you imagine having guests come to visit and say, oh, by the way, you can't park out here, you have to have a permit. Here, go put this on your dashboard so you don't get a ticket. And if that parking is all gone on Yarrow Street, those people, how do we tell our guests you have to park about half a mile from here, 2 miles from here? It's ridiculous. Have a birthday party. That's one of the things they brought up at the meeting last Monday, is they said if somebody has a birthday party and you have guests over, there's no place for your friends to park. 414 apartments, there are going to be some parties going on. I might just want to go hang out there and see if I can get invited to one or two of those. That'd be nice, because I could walk there. But there's no place to park for our guests. That is absolutely ridiculous. 414 apartments and probably about 500 and some cars. Do you know how many people in those apartments are going to have 2 cars? There are going to be a lot of people that have 2 cars. 1.5 parking space per apartment is absolutely not enough. There's no thought put into this at all. Our real fear for people who live in this neighborhood, I brought this up the last time I had the wonderful opportunity to speak to you folks. What if there's a fire? If you walk out into the park right now, the growth is this high. Soon that will be dry. We don't want our neighborhood to look like Lahaina. I don't want to see lines of cars. And what about fire engines getting through there? Could we show a couple more of those slides? You just go through them. I'll just kind of chat about them. This, actually, if you want to go back up further, this is there's curves in the street. You can't see what's coming. Even if it's just a regular car or truck coming down the street, there's hardly room for 2 cars to pass one another. Another picture, please. Right here is another bus coming down. Imagine garbage trucks and delivery trucks all taking up that space. There's no room on that street. We've had people say, well, why don't you just allow parking on one half? You now took half of those parking places away if we can only park on one side of the street. And it's going to look like that when we have overflow from an apartment building. Another picture, please. Here you can see, right here, you see 2 people on bicycles that have to maneuver around. There's going to be bicycles on the street. How much danger do we want to put people into for that? I don't want to put one person in danger out there. I don't want to have to walk out my front door and see somebody laid out on the street. That parking situation is absolutely unthought through. Did that make sense? Unthought through? My English ain't so good, sorry. But anyway, that's our biggest fear, is the fires. I don't want to wake up and see that there's a congestion out front and we can't even get safety machinery in there. Fire department told us they need 25 feet to maneuver their trucks into an area. Imagine trying to get a fire truck, an ambulance, whatever else into that area. That will block everybody from getting out, including those first responders will not be able to get out once they're in. This is something that needs to be addressed. Quite honestly, I have my own way that I would like to see that addressed, but I would like to see it if that building is truly a reality. If that building is truly a reality, we are all putting a lot of lives in danger. It's not just the birds, not just the fish, not just the beavers, not just the rest of the wildlife out there. We are putting everyone in this entire neighborhood at risk. And I don't want to stand by and watch that happen. Can't we please work together? Can't we please communicate? Can't we please let the people here know what's going on? Thank you for the privilege to speak here.
Thank you. Thank you. Getting closer, I appreciate it. Next up, I have, looks like Miss Efeson Garoff. Probably said it way wrong. On South Brentwood Street. Come on down. Then after that, I have Miss Hurst. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Paula Ellefson Gardine. My sister and I live on South Brentwood Street. Our family has lived in Lakewood for most of the last 40 years. And we've seen a lot of changes in Lakewood, and not all of them good. There's a lot of concern about excess development. Sometimes rules are being changed, but they're slipping under the table before those rules go into effect. We have a big development that's gone in at the end of our street on Balsam and Mississippi. We were told by city representatives that they would not be letting out onto Mississippi and that we would not have constant heavy traffic of the materials trucks, concrete trucks, you name it, going up and down Brentwood Street. And of course that went completely by the wayside. It is as if they came to our house to speak to us and they lied to our faces. And half of the street has already had to replace their sewer pipes because they've been crushed by these giant trucks going up and down Brentwood Street. And that's an expensive proposition. And I hope you can recognize that our residential streets were not built 30, 40 years ago to take that kind of heavy traffic. And this excess development, shame on you for allowing this to keep happening in our beautiful city. This development that's supposed to be going in at South Allison Street, why? Why have we not enabled a building moratorium? Where are we supposed to come up with all of the water resources for these people? Not just parking and traffic, but you have a lot of other resources that these people are going to be expecting to use. Where's the water coming from? I'm very concerned that looking forward and looking at the consequences of your actions has not been a part of the process. How do we, as residents and citizens, have a larger voice in what's going on before the decisions are made? Is it all who has the money or who's here already? And how do you want your city to look? Do you want it to look beautiful? Do you want it to look as if people care? Or do you want to have more ticky-tacky condos that are taking up resources? When is enough enough? I'd like to see at least a 5-year moratorium on further building. Do you think that's something you guys could be looking into? I know you won't answer me now, but I would like you to sure think about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. So I think next up, come on down. You're good. And then after that, it looks like I have,
Where do you stand? Right here?
yeah, right here by the microphone.
I'm Susan Hurst, my sister and I. We live together. I know, we're in our 70s. We haven't killed each other yet. But it works pretty good. We're used to going to meetings. We worked on Rocky Flats for many, many, many years and wrote a book about it. And I have to say that when you sit waiting for a hearing to start like we did tonight, you see people that are from the area that love to live here. And then you see the people that have the money. And they act entitled. You know who they are. This is where our city is. It's gone to the people with the money. I'm so disappointed in you, Mayor. You've let this happen. And to take away part of that park, what the hell? I mean, what the cereal? I don't know what kind of word to use because I want to be nice. We have to stop doing this. And I know you're out of office, so you're done with your last hurrah. Thank you. You are. You wanted to bring that homeless camp in here. We didn't want that. But there were so many people that showed up, we had to all go to Alameda High School. Do you like that kind of thing? The rest of you, I hope you do a better job than the mayor did, because we want people on city council that think about us. We live here. We spent years saving for our house, and we got it. All to find out, oh, there's homeless people over here at the Conoco. Oh, shit. What the hell? There's people out lurking around in the middle of the night now trying to steal from us on Brentwood Street, which was not that way when we bought our home. I am so sick and tired of this stuff. I'm starting to think about gun ownership. But I don't really want to go to jail because I've made it to my 70s and I didn't have to do it to my ex-husband, so I really don't want to do it now. Now, the thing about the trees being cut down, we have 3 very mature trees, and we can't get them cut because, why? Excel has used up their budget for cutting trees down, and they are laying over the electrical lines right now. We have our first heavy snow, and there's going to be a lot of people without power. Not that we didn't want to get the trimming done, but they won't touch our trees until Excel comes out and cuts those back. Can you guys help us out with that now that I've reamed you a new one? I mean, unless you want people calling, and I know you don't care, you're going to be gone to wherever you want to go, but the rest of you are going to be here. What are we going to do? You're just going to wake up some morning, uh-oh, Susan's tree fell down, now there's no power. Because that's going to happen, I can tell you right now. And the other thing about the overflow parking, it's the last thing I'm going to talk about, I think.
Time's up, though.
I know they've said that in the federal hearings too, but I'll go ahead and let you have it.
Thank you. So I just simply asked for respect, and I will start. I'm okay with, no, I'm talking about the continued audible support or discourse. We just don't do that, and I will start recessing the meeting each time. So, all right.
Because he treats you like kindergartners.
So next up, and I don't have, sorry, I can't read the spelling here, but 2069 Garland. It's Barbara, come on down. And then I have Miss Hopkins after that. Good evening.
To the mayor, council, and others in attendance today. It has already been discussed. The reality is that Belmar area is not our land. It was first occupied by indigenous peoples. Fast forward quite a bit to 1936. It was purchased by May Bonfils, the wealthy daughter of the owner of the Denver Post. She named her mansion Belmar by combining the first 3 letters of her mother's name, Bell, with her own given name, Mary. Bonfils loved her property and wildlife, especially the birds. She loved it so much that she hired security guards to protect the wildlife. She would be rolling in her grave now to learn that this monstrous building, I hope you are not offended by that, could be built right next to her beloved park. Those who know Belmar Park know it's filled with wonderful scenes that Norman Rockwell might paint. They nurture my soul. Here are a few. On the pier, a proud mother photographs her daughter dressed in cap and gown. She graduated from high school earlier that day. Another mother is exasperated, calling for her children on the trail that goes around Coons Lake. I tell her I've just seen them on the other side of the lake. A man and his young son feed Canada geese in the pond by white marble steps, remains of the Bonfils mansion. I explain how bread will make them ill and possibly die, but they can feed them corn. A small crowd gathers near the pier, observing a large tortoise burrowing into the banks by the lake to lay her eggs in privacy. Strangers become friends, walking their dogs, and become animated, sharing their quirks, breeds, and frequently that they are rescues. I'm getting all my causes in here. Photographers abound at early and late hours with long lenses and high hopes of capturing unique photos of protected double-breasted cormorants feeding their young on the Birdie Island in the lake. May Bonfils' peaceful Belmar Park is a special place and must not be inundated with the noise and chaos of demolition, construction, and more than 1,000 people who consider it their backyard. I implore you, Lakewood must begin today to be the leader in sustainability that it claims to be.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hopkins. And then I have Mr. Smith.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Regina Hopkins. I'm a 38-year-old woman who grew up in this community. I am originally from Lakewood, Colorado. I attended Green Mountain High School, and I am deeply concerned about the direction that Lakewood and Colorado in general are heading, particularly with the rampant development we are witnessing. I want to emphasize that I grew up going to Belmar Park frequently, and I have personally observed birds nesting there and raising their babies. This park serves as their safe haven, and the trees provide us with much needed shade, improving our quality of life and offering us a refuge from our increasingly stressful day-to-day lives. Belmar Park is an amazing community resource that helps people de-stress from the growing pressures we face on a day-to-day basis and our increasing mental health symptoms that many of us are experiencing due to the pandemic and due to lack of just general nature being taken away from us day after day. People come to Colorado for its natural beauty and enriching life, but we're witnessing the very nature that attracts these people being eroded day by day. Increased traffic and homes popping up everywhere are part of a larger systemic issue. I want to draw your attention to a specific concern. The removal of 69 mature trees, which have taken years to flourish, and the loss of habitat in this vital park space in Lakewood, used by thousands of visitors annually. This will undoubtedly affect the quality of life in our community. I urge you to not proceed with this building project, as it will have profound impact on my life and the lives of many others right here in this room. The destruction of these trees is not only a crime against our environment, but also a blow to our efforts to combat climate change. We need to preserve the natural beauty that makes Colorado unique and attractive to residents and visitors alike. Please reconsider this project and stop the insanity of destroying our precious trees and natural habitats. And I would also add, there have to be some creative ways that we all can put our heads together to think of to stop this development from happening, such as mandating a certain number of parking spaces per unit that this builder cannot possibly do, or a certain number of trees that have to be maintained that this builder cannot possibly build around. there have to be creative solutions to stop this.
Time's up.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
consideration.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Smith? And then I have Mr. Clifford. And then I have, can't read the last name, Tina, but West Iowa. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I've got a couple different concerns. My main concern is I grew up here in Lakewood, and I love Lakewood. I've lived here all my life. I'll probably end up dying here because I love living here. I remember how it was when I grew up, when we had small businesses and people, I would see kids playing in their yards, and you have to have growth. I think growth is a good thing. My concern isn't that we have growth, it's how it's been done. A business goes out and we put up an apartment building. I took the time to get in my car and drive the boundaries from Union to the edge boundary of Sheridan and from Jewel to Colfax. I'm a small businessman. My main concern is, I don't know if you know this, but over 150 businesses have left Lakewood during that period of time. So my concern is, pretty soon we're going to have all these apartments and all these cars, and as an overall concern to the city, we're not going to be taking in any revenue because people are going to have to go somewhere else to shop. So again, I'm not concerned with growth. My concern is how it's being done. The bowling alley up on the corner of Wadsworth and Mississippi is being torn down. They're going to put in an apartment unit. How stupid! I lived on Wadsworth. I grew up on Wadsworth when it was a 2-lane street. I've seen a lot of changes here. Some lady mentioned about May Bonfield. My house, it used to, where my grandfather homesteaded in 1946, sits on the corner of Kentucky and Wadsworth. It's still there. It's now a business. So I grew up seeing farms, and yet we had a city. We had places where people could be happy, kids could play. And what I'm seeing now is just a big mess. There's parking problems. There's apartments being replacing businesses. I'm having trouble in Lakewood running a small business. So my last closing comment is, I still love Lakewood. This is my home. This is my heart, and I love all the people that live here. I think it was a great area to live in. I think it still could be. But if I wanted to live in New York, I'd move there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clifford, come on down. And then I had Tina again on Ohio, then Grant Shelton.
Good evening, Fred Clifford, Ward 1, and a little bit of change of subject here. I want to mention something about affordability. I hear a lot about affordable housing. When somebody asks me that, I say there's a lot of categories of affordability. So I'm here to talk about the mill levy, and I know that I talked to somebody, city council from Arvada today, and I can't remember if he said he was going to propose it or he's already done it, but we can do a mill levy decrease, especially since 4 years ago we did a 6-year taxpayer bill of rights timeout, so there's no spending limits during this 6-year period. So in order to provide some relief for the residents of Lakewood, it would be a good idea to do a mill levy decrease. I don't have an actual number to suggest, and I know a lot of people are concerned about that. So that's all I have on that. If I can do a second subject for a minute. As a candidate today, I was in 15th place and Youngfield, where there's a 44-unit development going in that little neighborhood. And I don't know if it's true or not, but one person there told me that every single resident in that neighborhood is against it. They're all like-minded on it. So thank you for your time.
Is it Tina on Ohio? and then Grant Shelton, and then Sarah Gross. Good evening.
I'm a little short.
You're good.
My name's Tina Griffiths. I'm in Ward 5. And I second what Fred said, by the way, about the mill levy, because you guys are the only ones who can really help us in looking at our property taxes and reducing those with this inflationary stuff going on. And people are hurting. I know I spoke to a lot of people in Ward 5. And some of them sadly said they wouldn't come because they didn't think you'd listen, or anything they said mattered. But I also, moving along, what is going on in my neighborhood? We have, and Lakewood's got to know what. We've got the electric company coming, Xcel coming in with signs, painting across lawns. I get the gas line thing. Xcel Energy told me that they're coming in to redo gas lines, and then the guy putting up the signs said it was Comcast lines. So, and a lot of people are asking what's going on. And I have to tell you, I don't like people parking in the middle of the road on Garrison. Somebody's really going to get hurt there. But thank you, folks.
Thank you. Grant Shelton, come on down. And then next I have Sarah Gross, and then Brian Arnold. Good evening.
Good evening. I wasn't really prepared to speak tonight. It's the first time I've been to a city council meeting, but I wanted to come and
pull that up.
Hear what's going on.
Can you pull the mic up a little bit closer?
I will say that I am opposed to these new apartments going in. It seems like we're just overpopulating the town. Every place you look around town is new apartments, huge apartments. And it's changing the whole dynamic of the city. And I just want to express that.
Great, thank you. Sarah? Sarah Gross? Yep, come on down. And then Brian Arnold, and then Kathy Conrad. Good evening.
I'll be really brief. I had no idea I was signing up to come down and talk. I was just here to object to what they want to do at Belmar Park. I think it's ridiculous. Look at the two huge monstrosities that are going up on either side of Wadsworth at 14th. I mean, oh my gosh. So, seems like we don't need to give up the habitat for the birds, that we don't need to build another huge building. Yeah, I agree that building seems to be out of control in Lakewood. But anyway, I was just here to object to tearing apart the environment when we don't need to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Brian? Brian, then Kathy, and then Cynthia Ovens. Good evening.
It's nice to see so many people here. That's pretty cool. My biggest issue is, I was born here, Green Mountain, and before Lakewood became a city, and I have a lot of memories, not as much as some, but quite a few. And Lakewood, as I know it, I know things change. That's the way it goes. But I just feel like we're just in such a bad place. I go on Nextdoor, and every day, I'm not being facetious, it's not hyperbole, trucks stolen, shots fired, I could go on and on and on. And raise your hand if you feel that too, like you don't feel safe anymore. That's outrageous. You know, we used to take the bus and go to Villa Italia, and, you know, when we were 10 years old. Now, I know, once again, the society has changed. I get it. Taught school for 30 years. But what I'm asking the city council to do, all of you, I'm Ward 2 personally, is just to be more proactive about these things, like safety, homeless. These are not just talking points. These are our everyday life. And I want to be proud of being from here. And I pretty much just say, yeah, I'm from Green Mountain. I don't even say I'm from Lakewood anymore. And it's my way of passive-aggressive stance, but it's getting really disillusioning. And I'm not the only one to feel that way. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Kathy, then Cynthia, and then Jean.
Hi.
Cody. Good evening.
First, I'd like to thank Anita. Thank you for coming to our protest and standing with us and helping us forward. The thing I've heard a lot said tonight, and I second everything that's been said, I can't think of one positive thing about this apartment complex going up. Not one. It's not even offering any affordable housing. I mean, this is appalling on every level. And I have been raised here. I've lived here for 69 years. So yeah, I've had my heart broken 1,000 times seeing cherished areas being destroyed and changed. But this one is something that we should be able to do something about. Yes, something has to go in there. The buildings are done. But why can't it be more townhouses like are to the north of it? Something like that, something more reasonable. And something that can sustain the traffic and the parking that we're gonna need. Again, thank you, Anita. I appreciate all your efforts, and I'm sorry for the disdain that you've gotten for standing up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next, Sullins. Is that who's up next? Cynthia? Cynthia Ovens?
That would be,
Oh, okay, thank you.
unless you want me to go again.
Sure. Did I skip over Kathy Conrad? Yes. Okay, my apologies. Kathy, and then I have Jean on Cody Street.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
My concern, the same, is Belmar Park. How can you possibly think there's anything positive there? The immediate concern is walking through what's left of that office building. Doors wide open, windows broken. We know that there's people in there all the time. So what is the council gonna do about that? Nothing. We know you're bored, Mayor.
No,
Good luck in your next position.
We circle back after public comment. Thank you.
Right.
All right, Jean? And then I have a 45 South Ammons. I'm sorry, I can't read that.
Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I'm from Ward 2, Jean McLenathan. I moved out here from Akron, Ohio in 1973. I was 23, I'm 73, and it's 2023. So this fall, I've been here 50 years. And I've been birding for 50 years, and I had to discover that oasis over there, habitat, because it's a secret. Part of it's the name. Who knows what Belmar Park is? You go down Wadsworth and you see, oh, okay, cider days, that's what it is. And you see the fields and you go over there and see the historic buildings. I'm sitting next right now to a lady whom I've known for a long time. We haven't seen each other. It's been here 34 years. She said she didn't know the ponds and gazebo and all that existed because of the name. It's a misnomer. You know, Belmar Wildlife Area, even the signage out on Wadsworth gives no description of what lies beyond. You know what lies beyond? That is in the Central Flyway for birds crossing from South America to Canada. Migrating birds spring and fall are struggling to find areas. You know, we've lost a third of our birds. Cornell Ornithology Lab can tell you, since 1975, a third of the world's birds are gone, never to return. Other states are protecting their prime birding spots. When you go on eBird, the technology right now for the world birders to keep track of what's going on and which species are declining is amazing. And that is noted as a prime hotspot in the United States. And there's a commercial building there that was just, okay, now it's destroyed or whatever. I haven't looked at it myself. But that was okay. It was less impactful. It had a buffer. Everybody was okay with that because the lakes and all the wonderful things everybody said, you know, I'm not going to repeat that, were still there and could kind of coexist. But now you're going to have a 412-unit apartment building with no buffer, and it's going to ruin it. And, you know, when you talk about the indigenous people and we're respecting them, what do you think they'd think about in bond fees? You know, and also, the name is a secret. We can't even clap and know that other people are supporting us. That's got to be a secret too. Don't do this. I can't see. You know, it's really sad because Juneau, I helped save Crown Hill for the same stuff. They were going to put, you know, wedding ceremony things in and tents and everything. And I got 500 signatures and grabbed people as they walked up there, said, do you know what they're trying to do here? Nobody knew. And it's the same thing here. You know what? Protest the development at 777 South Yarrow Street. Where the hell's that?
Your time's
It's
up.
again, it's a secret. You have to discover Belmar Park. And it's really sad because other states, it's a shame what Lakewood's letting happen here.
Okay, thank you. All right. June, is that, come on down. And then I have a name, I'm sorry, I can't read the writing, the next two, but if we do miss you, we'll come back. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is June, and I've lived here for 36 years. I was on the Lakewood Citizens for Open Space. I go to Belmar Park 2 times a week for 36 years. So, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, okay? So, the nicest part about living in Lakewood and the area has always been Belmar Park, Green Mountain, that whole area, Bear Creek Lake Park, that's delightful. I have been very afraid of things that have happened like Solterra, Green Gables, 13th and Wadsworth. All of these areas have been so inundated with development, so it's very scary. Someone mentioned the area north, kind of by the library. There's some Belmar Commons, 2-story, lovely buildings that could easily be slid into the Iron Gate area. That would be wonderful. Unfortunately, a solution sometimes in these things, our builders come back and say, we'll give you pocket parks, we'll give you a little strip of green belt, and we don't need 412, we'll go to 380, and then people sign off on it. So that's what I've seen in the past, and I hope that doesn't happen. We have a lovely area with Colorado Christian College. The Federal Center is a lot of land, so I just would like to keep it there, and I think May bond fees ghost will come back if we don't save it.
Thank you.
And bring back the lions. I like the lions.
All right, I'm going to take a gander. Is it R. Marcus maybe, or B. Marcus? Okay. And then A.B. Kuto, K-U-T-T-O. All right, like I said, we'll come back. Then Miss Reddig, and then Miss Williams, and then Miss Witt. And I still have One more name on here and a pooling, so 4 people pooling. And then we have some hands up online.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Lorraine Witt, and I'm in Rebecca Stewart's district ward. And we at Belmar Commons have, most of us have been aware of the impending impact of the Kairoy project for pushing 2 years. We've been discussing it amongst ourselves. We've been discussing it with Rebecca. We have discussed it with you. I'm perfectly aware of the fact that it is a private land deal. I want to throw out a totally different perspective on what maybe we can do. And you can laugh me out of the room, but this came to me this afternoon, and I'm just wondering if there is any possibility that that piece of land could be purchased by a consortium or by a federation or by the city of Lakewood to be included in the Belmar Park as it currently exists. There is no other feasible solution that is going to make everyone happy and safe and secure. Tom is absolutely right. If there is a fire, we're toast in Belmar Commons. We can't get in, we can't get out. It's going to be difficult on a daily basis. We've been to meetings with the Planning Commission, we've been to meetings with traffic. They know our position. They're very aware of it. I just want you to think about the fact that maybe we as a community could do something that was really good. And that would be to try to save that piece of land and add it into Belmar Park. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate my hand wavers. Connie, come down. You're up. And then I have Connie Williams. I have two on Upham, I think, 698 and 686. 686, so I have 698. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, now that you're going to put this big building in, you can't even handle it violating federal and state laws or abiding by it. So what are you going to do with this big building? And the other thing, Rebecca, when you were telling these Native Americans, why didn't you include me? I'm from the neighborhood. I'm Indigenous. I come in here every time and tell you I'm Indigenous. But did you include me? No, because I speak up about the issues that are going on here that the laws are not abide by. Another thing that I want to bring up, this property on the Belmar Park, actually I looked into it, and the Archdiocese says that they don't know about selling this to anybody. And so anytime you have open land like that, it's to go back to the Indigenous people, American Indians. And it's so funny that today happens to be American Indian Day. And so I feel disrespected because I wasn't included, Rebecca. And so I want to bring up, if you can't even handle the building that you're over, how can you handle a new building that's going into the development? And now these buildings, they're not being built right. They're causing cancer because they're spraying into the walls some kind of foam. We already have a problem with our water. What other kind of problem are we going to have? In that park, you're going to have a lot of carbon monoxide killing people because of all of the cars that are going to be there. The birds will go first. And because I am Native American, I want to see a place. Boniface did this because she wanted people to come together in music and in peace, because there's no discrimination with music. It brings people together. And so does nature. And so I want you to do something about my issue with my apartment building, because you wanted to be over it. I'm giving you a check so that you could give it to them. And then I want you to do something about the federal and state laws that you are not abiding by. Under the reasonable accommodations, I also wanted to say, some of the times, because of my disability, I can't go as fast as everybody else to speak about issues. And from now on, when I come in, I'm asking for a reasonable accommodation so I can take the time and not be so upset, so I could be calm. But because I'm so stressed out, because you haven't abided by the laws, I don't understand how Denver is hiring you, but I'm sure that they're not going to be putting up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
You do have my check.
Yeah. Jay, I'm not taking a check.
Whoop. I got my... I think I'm okay. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, you can. Good evening to you all. I am wanting to speak about the development in Belmar Park. I only have a couple of quick questions. What has the city council asked of the developer? What has the developer agreed to do besides replenish old trees with a few new ones, a few new smaller trees, and a small parking lot? What has the developer disagreed to do? Are there any items still to be negotiated? Growth is inevitable, but please, let's do it wisely. Are we the only ones who can stand up for our dear Mother Nature? Won't you? Thank you.
Great, thank you. David? Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Thornsgaard. I'm from Ward 3. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of the hard work that you guys do, and that you show up day in and day out and try to do what's best for this community. And I do represent the opposing side, but I'd like to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight, because I see it as people who care about the community and want to see us move forward and grow and thrive. And I think personally my idea of what that looks like is different than a lot of people. I'd love to see nature protected, and so when I think about if we're going to put in 412 new units, would I rather see them be single family homes that take up a bunch of space and bulldoze land that's never been developed before, or would I rather see wise infill that happens that can rejuvenate a community in an area that is frankly not being used right now? And so I'd like well, Belmar Park is being used, of course,
hey,
but
we gave everybody the same respect, please.
yeah, so I think we could do it in a way that protects everything and all the things that we want, and I'd like to see us keep moving forward. So thank you all for your time.
Great, thank you. All right, so David, you just went. We have a pooling, so I have Cecilia, I see you, come on down, and then you have Kate, Christina, and Carla. Just give me a little wave. Is your crew here? Cecilia, are those three here with you?
They were.
So do we have Kate, Christina, and Carla?
Kate Oglesby.
They said that they were just giving you their time. They didn't know that they had to see
Yeah. How long is yours?
I can shorten it.
Yeah, please. I mean, our rules, you have to be here,
Yeah,
but
I
yeah,
understand.
thank you.
I guess.
That's not how it works, but thank you. Mr. Rob, go ahead.
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Celia Greenman. I'm a Lakewood volunteer, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed development at Belmar West. Belmar Park is a special place. It is a jewel in the city's park system. It provides a rich habitat for wildlife at all times of the year, and it's enjoyed by residents and visitors for its beauty and serenity. In addition to habitat provided by the trees provide a cooling effect, which it can be measured and is more and more important in our warming world. Trees also have a calming effect on people's moods. Now, I get that Belmar West is private property and the development is allowed because of zoning. However, because of the proximity to Belmar Park, I'm disappointed that city staff and officials did not take a step back and question the scale of this development. With the existing office buildings and the parking lot, this property is a logical location for redevelopment, but not to the point of building up to the property boundary and removing 69 mature trees, just leaving 3. The city comprehensive plan states that the city shall be a leader in sustainability. Now, sustainability is more than just ensuring that concrete and asphalt get recycled. When I worked for the Colorado Division of Wildlife and then Parks and Wildlife, when faced with development that would encroach on wildlife habitat, the protocol was to avoid, minimize, and mitigate actions to achieve a situation where wildlife and growth could coexist. There appears to have been none of that consideration in the Belmar West project, but rather an acceptance of the developer's plan with a feeble attempt to mitigate impacts by replacing mature trees with young 3-inch diameter trees. Now, I've got a tape measure. This is a 24-inch diameter ponderosa pine. There's a number of those that will be coming down. 2 36-inch cottonwoods. Here's our 3-inch trees. So that's what's going to replace those. If you are a homeowner, you know how long it takes to grow a tree. And if you travel around the metro area and pay attention to new development, you will notice the success ratio of new trees. Most, or not most, but maybe 1 in 4, 1 in 3 are dying, they're struggling. Who at the city will be tasked with monitoring the health of the new trees to ensure that Belmar West remains in compliance? And for the parkland situation, the municipal code states that new development is required to dedicate parkland to the city. When I asked the planner about this, he replied, the city had opted for an in lieu of for parkland. What is in lieu of? In this case, it is the plan to take part of Belmar Park and have the developer pave it for a parking lot. Now, really, instead of parkland, we're going to get a parking lot. with even more trees removed. Now, I know the standard says that the city can do this, but why would you? Could we not negotiate to use the Eastern Iron Gate office building for parking? I hope some of these decisions would be reconsidered. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so I have Jed, and let's exhaust the list in here, and we'll go online. Welcome.
Hello. So another youngin' up here, brought my hat to throw in the ring. I'm actually also on the opposition. Oh no. So what I'm hearing a lot of is a rephrasing of like people being more opposed to car dependence than it is to housing. They're talking about the parking, they're talking about the amount of land that's going to be taken up by the cars in the area and such. I just want to make my position clear that, you know, there are people out there who stand on the other side. I saw the protests, and I just wanted to make sure that that you guys know that there are people on the other side. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in chambers? Ms. Kentner?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Kentner, and I live in Lakewood. And tonight, it really makes me hopeful with all of these people behind me. And I find that really interesting, the last speaker. I heard a lot of talk about the wildlife. These problems are not unique. Many of you, Mayor Paul, you've been sitting here since people started coming right after the new zoning ordinance passed in 2012 and 2013. A public school teacher like myself on Van Gordon Street was the first neighborhood to come and say, we understand development is going to happen. This is just not correct. And we never had a say. And we never really got to work with the developer. And because of this, Councilor Springsteen and myself and other neighborhoods got together after being ignored by this council so many times from similar issues, just like tonight. And we thought, what could we do so that neighbors can have some true representation and can have some true say in the development of their neighbors? So we went so far as to sponsor the Lakewood Strategic Growth Initiative, gathered signatures, and it even passed by a vote of the people. Thank you, so many of you in the audience, for supporting that. And yet now, several years later, these same problems still exist. People are coming to council and asking you to please do something. They understand, we all understand, growth is going to happen. But this is not an adaptive reuse of this building. This is tearing down a building and putting in lot line to lot line concrete without any green space. The choice is not single family homes versus this. There is a lot in between. And there is a lot City Council can do. Last night I was listening offhand to the TV, and it was the 10 o'clock news, and I thought, oh, what municipality is that? That sounds just like my city saying that we can't do anything when there are things we can do. And lo and behold, it was my city. So let me give you some options here. What can City Council do? Because City Council really has made the rules and the laws so that most of these decisions are made behind closed doors administratively. But you know what City Council could do? City Council could immediately direct its staff, the city manager, to direct this community resources director to accept the parkland. This project should require nearly 4 acres of parkland. Instead, as it's mentioned, either a parking lot or a fee of $258,000 per acre will be collected. There is a use by right, but in that use by right, there are many discretionary items, such as the parkland in lieu. So tonight, this site plan has not yet been approved. I beg the council to please listen to the people. and do something tonight by giving direction to the staff, because this could be a
Time's
great
up.
thing. It could be an adaptive use, reuse of this, which saves our wildlife and our habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rob, we will switch to online. So for our folks who are online, when you're brought into the meeting, you'll press *6. You can press *9 to raise your hand. And when you come over, if you give us your name and address or name and ward, we'll get your time going. Do you want me to let them in?
Or do you want to call on who you want first?
Oh, all I have is the last digits, I think 5727. Are we good? All right. All right. 5727, if you give us your name and address or name and ward, we'll get your 3 minutes going.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Kira Shade, and I don't know what ward I live in. I live in Adams County, but I've been a Colorado resident my entire life.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, give me just 1 second, because I was actually trying to head over there. Let me park. Give me 2 seconds. I'm in the parking lot. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay.
Maybe we should allow her to come in and speak in person.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I can. I could come in and speak in person. I'm just 2 minutes away.
Well, we
that
have
would
you-
be so awesome.
It'd be great if you could just go ahead and go, please.
Okay, that's fine. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm ready.
Point of appeal,
please.
I would ask that she could come in and speak in person.
So she's on board right now. We're going to let her go ahead and go. So
There has to be a
I mean, I
vote.
was 2 minutes away.
When I
get
make
it.
a point of
I get it.
appeal.
I was
We have-
really dedicated to
We
this.
have a full night tonight. If you could just go ahead and go, please.
There has
Thank
to be
you.
a vote when I make a point of appeal of the council.
So your appeal is that this would be out of bounds of our protocol for calling on public input and public comment. The person is online to go ahead and give that, so I'm going to go ahead and go forward.
There has
with
to be a
that.
vote
Okay.
when a council member makes a point of
Your
appeal. We
appeal
could simply
is
vote.
denied, and we'll go ahead and vote if you would like to vote on the denial of. So an aye is in support of the appeal, and a nay is against the appeal. Okay, so that passes. Oh, we're locked out. Who are we locked out with? Counselor Vincent, what is your vote? A nay? Can somebody vote for Counselor Vincent, please? Okay, so that's 5 noes, 4 ayes, and so the noes carries that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, I'm in the parking lot with my kids.
Yep, go ahead and go, please.
Okay, give me 1 second, because I started driving because of so I thought I had a second. Thank you for your patience. I gotta at least pull over into the parking lot safely. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen of the Lakewood City Council, I stand before you today not just as a concerned citizen, but as a voice for environment, our history, and our community. I'm here to discuss the proposed luxury apartment complex that threatens to disrupt our beautiful and historical environment. In the words of Dr. Seuss's character, the Lorax, I speak for the trees. Today, I echo his sentiment and speak for our environment. We're living in an era where climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a persistent reality. The story of the Lorax, a tale of environmental degradation caused by unchecked industrialization, is more relevant today than ever before. It serves as a stark reminder of the consequences we face when we prioritize short-term gains over long-term sustainability. The proposed luxury apartment complex, while seemingly beneficial in terms of economic growth, poses significant threats to our environment and community. It's not just about the loss of green spaces or the disruption of local ecosystems, but also the potential increase in homelessness. Studies have shown that the construction of luxury apartments often leads to higher rents in the surrounding areas, exacerbating the issues of homelessness. While these developments may seem attractive due to their potential for profit, we must consider the broader social implications. We cannot ignore the fact that such projects often contribute to the displacement of lower income residents, pushing them further into the margins. We already have numerous luxury apartment complexes standing vacant, monument to excess, while our fellow citizens sleep on the streets. We only have one of these parks. We cannot ignore the fact that the relentless pursuit of profit is draining resources from the bottom to the top. We must remember that our decisions today will shape the future of Lakewood. We have a responsibility to ensure that this future is not only prosperous, but also inclusive and sustainable. We need to strike a balance between development and preservation, between progress and heritage. Let us not forget the lessons from the Lorax. Let us not be the one-flair who, in his greed, destroyed the truffle trees and the environment. Instead, let us be the stewards of our environment, protecting and preserving it for future generations. I urge you, esteemed members of the council, to reconsider this project. Let us explore alternative solutions that promote affordable housing without compromising our environment or community's well-being. Let us remember that the true wealth of Lakewood lies not in luxury apartments, but in its people, its history, and its natural beauty. Many of us feel unheard, as if our voices do not matter. But today I stand before you echoing the sentiments of those who have spoken before me. We demand to be heard. We are not just numbers on a spreadsheet or potential voters in the election. We are the hearts and the soul of this community, and we deserve better. Thank you for your time and for listening to our concerns, and I hope that you take them into consideration as you make your discussions. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And then we have one with a AOL address. If you give us your name and address or name and ward, we'll get you going.
I think that's me.
Yep.
That's Ludmilla of Ward 4. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. How is everybody? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am so tickled pink to see all the constituents out there with the same ideas that I have. I have watched and listened to City Council disregard their constituents' wishes over and over and over again. And now, here we go again regarding the pending development at 777 South Yarrow Street. Your constituents will stand up and speak, and then we'll hear from those online. The City Council will pretend they're listening, and then the City Council will say, "We understand. We thought long and hard on this decision. But I know from the beginning, your vote has already been determined to vote against your constituents' wishes. I heard excitement when City Council designated land for a new park, and now you want to take a cherished park located in a prime location away. The comment from one City Council member, the developer will plant more trees. We don't want the developer to plant more trees. We want our trees. We want our park. I don't understand why you are coddling the developers and consistently ignoring your constituents. This reminds me of Forestburg Park. Developers wanted the prime location. The city council ignored their constituents as you are doing now. The constituents should be allowed to vote on the option of keeping this prime location as a park or to allow developers to destroy it. I have lost faith in the mayor, in the city council, the city manager, the city attorney. You all have and continue to destroy our beloved Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else online? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. And I'll just go ahead and mention, again, appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I'll let council members circle back to their comments under our council comment opportunity later this evening. If you don't want to stay or not able to stay, it'll be online and council can address how they wish and how they feel. All right. The clerk, please read item 8.
Item 8, approving minutes of the City Council meetings, City Council special meeting August 8th, 2023, City Council regular meeting September 11th, 2023.
Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Paul, I move to approve council minutes, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on item 8? All right, please cast your votes. Councilor Vincent is an aye. Thank you. And that passes 7 ayes, 2 nays. Thank you. So I'll now ask the clerk to please read item 9.
Item 9, second reading and public hearing for ordinance O-2023-38, adopting Title 14, Chapter 28 of the Municipal Code of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, in connection with establishing a public improvement reimbursement program to allow developers of privately financed construction the ability to apply for and obtain partial cost recovery from subsequent users of the public improvements.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing on 2023-38. And we do have a presentation, Ms. Hodson.
Yes, we do, a short one. I'd like Max Kirschbaum, who's our Director of Public Works, to please come to the front. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kirschbaum, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm Max Kirschbaum, Public Works Director. There was a presentation that's been on Lakewood Speaks concerning the presentation of this ordinance. It isn't my intention to repeat that presentation this evening, but I just have a couple of slides that I would like to maybe add some additional information. Again, I thought this might be important to just kind of set the tone. This is from that same presentation that's posted online. The intent of the ordinance that is before you for second reading this evening is to provide a mechanism for private developers to share the cost of mutually beneficial public infrastructure. In this case, what that means is that there may be development that the city has determined that public improvements are necessary in order for that development to succeed. That the developer doing that work is called the initial developer. Those public improvements, you might remember from my portion of the budget presentation a couple of weeks ago, amount to about an average of $2 million per year that the city, through the city engineer, requires private developers to construct, and then the city takes ownership of those improvements. There are some cases, though, where a future developer, in the context of the proposed ordinance, is called a connector. The connector may also benefit from those same improvements. In our current code, there isn't a way for that initial developer to recoup any of the costs that he or she may be required to install per the city's direction from a future developer. Many or most of our neighboring cities have such an ordinance within either their land use code or their municipal code. So this proposed ordinance, we've spent approximately a year doing a review of 4 neighbor cities' municipal codes or their land use code, and how they have put in a cost recovery mechanism for that initial developer. It's important to note that this does not involve any city funds whatsoever, nor does it levy any sort of a taxpayer burden. There is also no connection whatsoever between this proposed ordinance and metro districts, 2 totally different subjects. And as I mentioned before, I pulled this slide up. What it does do is allow that initial developer, through an application process, through the city engineer to the public works director, to apply for a partial cost recovery from those future connectors who may benefit from those same infrastructure requirements that the city levied on that initial developer. And there is a time period in which that would be allowed, and it's a 10-year period. That concludes my comments for your consideration. Myself and our city engineer for development services, Keith Hensel, will be available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now I'll open the public comment. Mr. Burkhart is signed up to speak. And then I have David. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Don Burkhart. I've lived here in Lakewood for 34 years, a longtime resident, and it's pretty short what I'm going to say, but tonight you have an opportunity to vote in favor of the citizens. You've heard overwhelmingly from the citizens, and I personally am against the developer reimbursement program, any of the special district, and the 777 development, mostly because it burdens, contrary to what he just said, it does burden the people. It burdens the people because you tout affordable housing, and this is going to pass expenses on to the price of the houses. I've been involved with building and construction with Pulte Homes in the old days. The development got paid for by the developer. The city didn't step in and do it. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The city held hostage to the developer to pay for that. And then guess what? It got covered in the price of the house. Somehow I believe that this is going to get covered in the price of the house, and we're going to end up paying for it. I may be misled on part of it, but I'm telling you, I don't believe it's correct. I just want the people to be heard in Lakewood. I'm certain they're not being heard. It was clear tonight they're not being heard. So they'll be watching who votes for what on these major issues. And I pray that their votes be heard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, David. If there's anybody online, please go ahead and raise your hand.
All right, hello again. I am back, and I actually prepared for this one. So it's a little intimidating following one of the candidates for mayor, but I'm going to do my best. I actually read, my name is David Thormansgaard, and I'm a resident of Ward 3.
Hey, hold on. He's talking general.
Yeah. So I read the proposal, and I read the potential code, and the reimbursement wouldn't go into effect until you actually did some development. So it's not like someone who's living there and who's living near the development has to pay for that, right? It's if they build something and they access those water lines, or if they access the benefit, right? And you can defer it if you're building something but you're not going to use it. And so I think it's a pretty well thought out thing. And while regular people who are going to redo their house and might want to access those new things, they may feel it a little bit. I know who is going to feel it. It's the people who are building huge developments, right? Like way out west in Rooney Valley, when they build that giant development and build out Yale Road and everything, like they're going to put a lot of money in, and then some other development might want to go in, and now they're going to have to also pay to use those services and whatnot, and they're going to feel that because it's much more concentrated, right? And so while regular people will feel it a little bit, it's going to be kind of diffused, I think, with scale, right? So I think it's a smart thing, and I trust that you guys put in your work to do the right thing and for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we go online and bring back our person from Ward 4. All right.
Hello again.
Yep, you're good to go.
Not fair. This is what it is. It's not helping the constituents again. I don't have anything written out. I think it's just the cost of the house should include that. The developer is responsible for the fees that it takes to build a home. They should pay for it, not the constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and I'll ask for a motion.
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2023-38 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Olber.
Thank you. Max, for full disclosure, who asked for this? I have a couple of questions, but let's start with that one, because I haven't seen Lakewood proactive in the past and making things up and searching other cities to see what they're doing and then coming up with something. What I've seen is that we're pretty reactive. And so I'm thinking that this thing was, some developer asked for this. Can you tell us who?
Approximately a year ago, a developer did ask for consideration of the development of such an ordinance, because it is common in most of the cities around the metro area.
I mean, but who? Can you tell us who? Was it Indigo?
I do not know what developer, and to me, it's irrelevant who may have asked for it.
Okay, it's not irrelevant to me. And I'll tell you why. It comes from the Stevenson Annex rezoning that we went through here at council months ago, where Public Works came in and talked about this a rezoning, a new zoning thing. And you explain that, it could be used here at the Stevenson Annex. It could be used here down on Wadsworth and just south of Hamden, and it could be used here. And I was watching the whole thing, and I had no problem with it, really. But I didn't know what was really going on.
Yeah.
And the next day, I happened to mention it to somebody, and they go, "Oh yeah, it's for Stevenson."
No,
and it was.
That's not correct.
I think it was.
That's not correct.
Okay, why
I do
not?
not know the name of the developer, but I can tell you it's one of the multifamily developments on Wadsworth at 13th Avenue.
Okay.
And it's related to a storm drain line that is part of that project.
Okay. Okay, so you were talking about my next question, you were talking about future connectors. Does that include residents? Because also at the beginning, when I started looking at this, I was thinking, oh, one developer is building some pipes and some sewer pipes or something that we're requiring them to put in. And, you know, they're upstream or downstream, let's say, and then somebody else connects in. It sounds like a good idea to me. But if we start talking about homeowners, that doesn't sound like a good idea to me, because it sounds to me
That's
like...
correct, and there are protections in the ordinance that protect the individual homeowner for exactly what you just said. In the case where let's say a vacant lot or a lot to be redeveloped in the future wants to, for example, change the use of that land, that might be a condition that would trigger the use of this particular ordinance, that future developer, that future connector may have some liability if there was an improvement that the city required an earlier developer to install. But it does not affect, you know, if I'm a homeowner, it does not affect me insofar as my rights and my property.
Right. What about like HOAs that are having to pave their own roads and provides things like that? Would that be a connector? Like an HOA? I'm thinking of Solterra right now that does a lot of their own things. I mean, if somebody had come in, and it's a big thing, so it wouldn't count here, but could something like that be hypothetically what happens? Is like an HOA gets on the hook, which then gets passed down to the homeowners. Could an HOA be a future connector?
I can't think of a situation in which that would occur.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Sherzai?
Yes, thank you. So I think Councilor Olver and I were understanding this in the same way, and I think it's important for the audience to maybe better understand, but this is not public dollars that are reimbursing developers. These are developers reimbursing developers. Is that correct?
Correct. As the slide indicated in my presentation, these are not city funds in any way.
So no taxpayer dollars is going back to reimburse a developer on this?
This would be between a developer and a developer.
Okay. Thank you for that. My question is, who makes the decision if a future connector wants to appeal this? I wasn't quite clear on who is that decision maker in that appeal process.
So the ordinance outlines several steps that the city engineer is responsible for, and those are basically related to a determination of the reimbursement area and what the allowable reasonable costs of improvements are. Those are the basic decisions that the city engineer makes. Then the way that the ordinance is drafted is that there would be a hearing that is conducted among that developer and others who may be included in that reimbursement area at the department level, which would be a decision that I would make. And if any of the parties are in disagreement with that decision, there's always an appeal process through the court.
Thank you. And again, that would be a developer going through that process, not a private citizen.
Well, it could be a private citizen in a developer role, yes.
Correct.
But
okay.
I mean, that is the definition of that future connector. You know, someone who goes through the development process and would obtain a benefit from infrastructure that a previous developer paid for. That's really what it's about.
And they would pay the original developer back?
Partial. It's usually a partial recovery, and there is no guarantee whatsoever that initial developer would recover any of the funds that were spent in the development required under a public improvement agreement.
And if we walk that all the way through, if there was not a reimbursement entered into during that 10-year period, that the city is in no way responsible for any sort of reimbursement with city taxpayer dollars.
None whatsoever.
Thank you for that. And then just one more question on page 8, C4, adaptability of the property to a superior, more profitable use. That could be interpreted a lot of ways, so I just wanted to better understand what that definition meant. This is one of the opportunities to apply for reimbursement. So if you made, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you made this
I think my page number may be different.
No problem. I'm on 14.28.080. Okay. So my question is just regarding the definition under number 4, adaptability of the property to a superior, more profitable use. I'd like to better understand what that could mean.
You want to take that one?
Keith Hensel, Public Works. So that refers to, there's a lot of different things within the development process that can be done to a property. It's not always the development portion. So this definition was put in here to give us the flexibility to analyze each project on its own merits and determine what the use to that site and the other sites around it would be.
So one could determine if the property was improved, then would that be a consideration for profit or for reimbursement for future connectors?
Yes, and that's why the city engineer is involved in this process, so that we can take every case that comes in that a developer may be interested in doing this process, take a look at not only the public improvements that are being proposed for just that site, those public improvements that are only for that site, but to look at the public improvements that extend beyond there. Those are really the public improvements that we're talking about. So it's important for us to analyze not only things like capacity, what those impacts are, who could use those, but also the likelihood of those other properties in redeveloping it and taking advantage of those improvements. For example, many residential units aren't going to be able to take advantage of some major storm sewer improvements and things that are being put in because as individuals, they're not going to redevelop to that extent.
Thank you.
Have Councilor Matt Guerrero, Springsteen, Vincent, Mayor Pro Tem Strom, and then we can start all over.
Councilor Sherzai asked the majority of similar questions and really just trying to make sure several of the comments online in opposition to this did seem to imply a level of taxpayer burden. And so I think as many times as we can make it clear that this is not coming out of the budget, this is not taxpayer reimbursement, is helpful. And so just to kind of lay it out, I think words like, I got a few questions about this today too, so I just want to make sure I'm like laying it out easily for folks, and I don't want to be wrong about it. So the word connector, I think, is really vague, it's not vague in the law, but it's not something specific for regular people. And then also developer is kind of like this broad word that can mean a lot of things. So if, for example, you had a apartment building getting developed, let's say by some made up thing, I don't know. So there's an apartment building getting developed, and basically they have to build out sewer line because there is not currently sewer line from the city that goes all the way to that property. So they're ending up having to build out more sewer than they typically would in order to fully connect to the city. And then there's development, a second apartment building that's in between the original city sewer line and the new sewer line. And so it's cheaper for that new apartment developer to connect to the one that was built by developer A, right? And so then they're going to pay the fee basically to that first developer so that they don't also have to build all the way back down to the city. Is that like an example of how this could work?
That's a reasonable example of what a connector is. Yes,
Great.
somebody who, in this case, is obtaining benefit from something that was built and installed by other private developer.
Great. And so then this is also not something that then the city would ever have to pay,
City would not pay.
even if we ended up utilizing that infrastructure.
No, we have a system in place already that covers public improvement agreements. Keith is also responsible for that entire process, and most, if not every, I don't think it would probably not be true to say every, most development that is done in the city, there is some sort of a public improvement agreement attached to that development in order for it to be successful. Keith determines what that is that's required, what the estimated cost of that is, and that is levied in an agreement onto the developer, and that developer does not receive a certificate to occupy until those are inspected and satisfied.
Phenomenal. So it seems like there is, basically this is just a way for developers to be able to more fluidly like work together by each other's, infrastructure and more easily and readily connect to city infrastructure.
I think that's a reasonable way to say it.
Great. And once again, there will be nothing from taxpayers.
There will
Great.
be nothing from taxpayers.
Thank you so much.
Counselor Springsteen.
I kind of think it's ironic that this comes up tonight when we're talking so much about the Belmar development and how little say the citizens had in any part of that. And it makes me think about when we did a corporate handout to the developer on 10th and Sheridan who was doing asbestos mitigation. And he said he needed $1 million from the city to help with his mitigation. And what I said was, has anybody looked at his financials? Does he need that? Why are we doing this without, and I think what we were told that night is, no, nobody knows if he really needs it, and we don't really have to look at his financials. We're just going to give it to him. And so, what we're talking about is developer corporate handouts. We're talking about corporate welfare. And my question is, why does the city bow down for the developers in this way as soon as they ask for something? And we can fill these chambers with all of these people here begging for one of the most pristine, amazing parts of our city to be preserved. It's not even a very big part, but they are begging for our help. And here we are, spending a bunch of time tonight, putting our efforts as a council into talking about corporate welfare, talking about reimbursing developers with an assessment on our property taxes. We have many people who wrote in tonight against this, and part of what they were saying is this is a Lakewood profit district for developers. A reimbursement for public improvements that may be utilized by future residents. Well, so what strikes me about this is at the same time, we are not requiring the developer at Belmar to provide the parkland and open space required. Instead, we are accepting a fee in lieu of that. We could have 4 more acres of public land if we were not bowing down to the developers. So that's my question. This seems to me like it verges on illegal. It seems to me that it verges on unconstitutional. And I don't care how many times they want to say it here tonight. This is taxpayer funded. I don't care what they're telling you. It's a windfall for developers. And so I think tonight of all nights, it's punctuated by just the hypocrisy and ridiculousness that we are sitting here talking about how to help developers get richer while all these people are here talking about why are you taking away the one gem of a park that we have in this city. This is crazy. I'm not voting for this.
Okay. We're not going to keep doing it. Please. Thank you. All right.
Again, he's
Councilor
talking
Vincent.
down to you.
Councilor Vincent, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just need to correct something. All the questions that I had were answered about that. It's from a business to a business. I know that a lot of this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is happening in the, I believe in the older sections of town where there's not adequate infrastructure, which certainly as a council we have talked about in great length. So I guess I'll have to say that I will be voting on this because I know it won't impact any single family houses. And I know that when something is improved, because some sections of the city are so very old, they're not adequate for any of that. I also want to clarify the 10th and Sheridan issue because frankly, I don't want to get the calls tomorrow and the emails asking about that. I hope everybody remembers that it was a loan so that they have to pay that back or we get the property. And the neighbors around there are extremely grateful for that loan because that structure went down. Everything was cleared out. You can see it now. And I do get calls saying, thank you for doing that because the crime has gone down in that area. So I need to make that clear so people don't think that we just gave them a windfall. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Strom.
Thank you. Likewise, most of my questions have been answered, and I just wanted to make sure that there's a lot of misinformation out there about this, and I really appreciate the extra time that you took with me with my questions as we were going in and preparing for this evening, and also coming here today and making sure that you both are available to answer whatever might come before you. This is crucial to understand that we're talking about cost recovery. This is not a profit center. We are recovering cost from putting in very important or renewing very important infrastructure that parts of our city honestly need. A storm water sewer, like that's something that we have to have in certain places. The city requires it, and it only makes sense if we look at it from a lens of equity. It only makes sense that one developer that's benefiting from that infrastructure also be paying for part of the cost. So I too will be in support of this tonight, and I appreciate your time making sure that we clearly understand what we're voting for.
Councilor Stewart, then Jansen, then myself, and then Councilor Oliver for the second round.
Thank you. Hitting all the wrong buttons. I just want to clarify the need for this. Does this essentially codify a process by which one developer could ask another developer to reimburse them for some of the cost of the infrastructure? Like, what would happen if this ordinance wasn't in place? What prevents them from doing that anyway? If this is not any sort of a guarantee, but just sets in motion a very codified hearing process? I'm just curious.
If council decides not to approve this ordinance, nothing changes. In other words, we may require a developer to install certain infrastructure, and that would be spelled out in the public improvement agreement. At the end of that development process, the city takes possession, takes ownership of that infrastructure, and that's just a cost paid by that initial developer, period. That's it. That's all. There is no other process.
So the initial developer couldn't go to the subsequent developer who's hooking into the infrastructure that they paid for and ask for some sort of reimbursement. They're not allowed to do that?
I guess any developer could do that, sure. If you're the second developer, you're probably not going to be very willing to say, sure, I will give you money for something you built. It's not likely to happen, but it's certainly possible that a developer could ask a subsequent developer to contribute to cost.
This just creates a process by which that is standardized, allowable, and more likely to
and
happen.
Cost would be reasonable. And that's why, that's the role of the city engineer. It would be to determine what cost, if any, is a reasonable cost that a future development within that reimbursement area would contribute back to the first developer.
Okay, thanks.
I might also add to that one of the big problems that developers in that situation have is timing. Not everybody is ready to develop at exactly the same time. This allows that first person in to build that infrastructure while the rest of the people around may be spurned by the new development, decide what kind of development they want to do, maybe change their plans a bit, but it helps with the timing piece so that that major infrastructure can get installed for everybody.
Councilor Jansen?
Thank you. So when developer A builds their infrastructure and they're building their development, they usually build that into the cost of the home. So they were already getting reimbursed basically because they already built that cost into the cost of their project, into the cost of their home that they're selling. So this could be a form of double dipping. Or will the homeowner be reimbursed? Will the homeowner get reimbursed if they're reimbursed for part of the infrastructure? I just want to know how this is going.
There's no provision here for the homeowner to get reimbursed on this. This is at the development level. So nothing changes from the way that it works right now. The first developer in, he's going to have to put in all the infrastructure that's required to support his development. And he can work that into the cost of his house. The next developer that comes in, if he can use all of that, then his homes may reflect that cost as well. They could be at market value, but we can't do anything about that portion of the project. This is just the agreement between the developers with the major infrastructure.
And the engineering department will be in charge of this with no oversight?
The engineering department will look at the proposals that are brought forth by the developer that's interested to do this. We need to, again, check things like capacities, the amount of the public improvements that are being included. When we look at costs, we're going to look at all the construction costs to make sure that they're fair and appropriate for the amount of work that's being proposed.
Are you also going to be looking at what the homeowner had to pay for their home?
No.
It's not just for residential construction. It would be for any infrastructure, for any purpose on any development project, potentially.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I understand that. I'm just wondering how the developer usually, like I said, they build that into the cost, and when they sell it, they get their money out of that. And then they're going to go get some more money from the connector. And if and then I was wondering if Proposition 213 passes, does that have anything to do with this? I don't know.
What is Proposition 2?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's something that came into my mind. I was just wondering if that has anything to do with this building code.
You want to take that, Allison?
So
Never mind.
there was a
I'm
Senate
gonna-
Bill 213 that failed last year in the state legislature. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what I'm referring to, yeah. I'm just wondering if
Or
there was something in there.
Proposition 123, which was the affordable housing.
Yeah, I get confused with the 213.
Not related.
213.
All right, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I mean, and I think I keep hearing the part of the house piece, but there's also large infrastructure projects in our commercial corridors, especially in Councilor Vincent Matt-Guerrero's area that does and do have inadequate infrastructure as the older part of the community. And so when you're looking at somebody coming in first in, say they have to put in $15 million worth of infrastructure, that does set the table for other folks to be able to come in there, and instead of having the burden be all on that person who took the initial risk, there's a essentially private opportunity for them to recoup some of those dollars that they put in to allow the secondary piece to come into play. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. It could be a utility, it could be sidewalk, it could be curb and gutter, it could be a widening of a street. Those are the typical things that are addressed when we put forward a public improvement agreement.
And if I recall, and it's been 20 years, but special districts have this, and some of the special districts within our own, meaning like water and sanitation districts. I think if I recall, when St. Anthony Hospital was being built, they had to build a water tank to be able to serve the new hospital, but they didn't need all of that water that was going to be put into that tank. So there was a reimbursement agreement done with St. Anthony Hospital for them to then recoup tap fees later on down the road if and when development happens. So, you know, you see this in a lot of different areas. You see this for the benefit of the community in other districts. And so I appreciate it. It's always a touchy subject, anything with development, and the way it can be portrayed and the way it can be poisoned looks like a handout. But certainly this is a private to private, and when you deal with a lot of these situations, it can be a challenge. And I just want to circle back to the 10th and Sheridan. That was a unique deal. I think that staff did a wonderful job being creative to address a very challenging area of our community where the neighbors came out and said, please do something, please help us, please speed this up. So I think that kind of got lost a little bit in translation, and again, it was a loan. Councilor Olver?
All right. Is this retroactive? In other words,
Yes, it is retroactive. There is a paragraph at the end of the proposed ordinance that allows active development and a window in which to apply.
right, so somebody could already have built something and then another developer comes along.
I think the
So
term.
that's retroactive.
I'll look up the exact wording as I was looking at it earlier today. It's toward the end of the proposed ordinance. It's called Section 2, and I'll just read a portion of that. That says, there will be a grace period of 30 days for active or in-progress developments. So it's active or in progress. So not something that's been closed out for 5 years, but active or in progress. In other words, we just tried to put a boundary on it.
Sure. Is 777 active or in progress? Sounds like it's in progress.
To my knowledge, it's neither.
Okay, just wondering. So I'd like to use a hypothetical situation and think about Federal Center, the 59 acres there. I'm just going to make this all up as I'm going right now. But let's suppose you have one developer and they decide, oh, this is too much to handle. I can build 5 buildings and I'm going to get another person to build another building and another developer to build another building. But they need a lift station for sewage or something like that. So why is this new ordinance, what's the advantage to anybody really of this new ordinance over what they would have to do right now if we didn't pass it?
The
It's kind of
advantage.
it's also your question too, but
Yeah, it's a similar question. The advantage of having this ordinance is it allows that first developer who may be required to and pay for a significant public improvement to obtain a partial cost recovery from a future other developer, not from the public entity. Once again, the public entity dollars are not involved.
yeah, but I would think that they can go, I mean, when they bring in their secondary developers, they could just say, well, part of your cost is going to be the cost of that lift station or a percentage of it or something like that. I don't see why we need this. I mean, because they could just do that rather easily. Yes?
Okay, that's a statement or a question? I'm not sure.
It's a question. Couldn't they just as easily do what they would have to do now, and when they brought in that secondary developer, they just say, hey, you have to pay this your percentage of this lift station, and that's what they would do now without this ordinance. To me, I don't see the need.
I guess
for
it depends on what the relationship between those developers are.
It could be.
You know, in most cases, there would be no relationship between the developers.
Okay. We've heard many times that the taxpayers aren't going to spend any money on this. Would Lakewood be considered a future connector
No,
at times?
they're-
But
they-
because, well, think about this. I mean, it's like we're telling them you must build this, and they might come back and go bankrupt. I think of Rooney Valley and all the roads that are sitting there, that have been sitting there for 20, 30 years. So there's an example of somebody that went bankrupt, built something. And so I'm thinking down the road, we tell them they must do something. They must put in this, they must put in that. And then they get into financial troubles and they come back to Lakewood and say, hey, you told us we had to do it. Now we're going to sue you. I mean, I'm almost getting off topic, I think, a little bit on that question, but we're close enough to. So what happens in a case like that?
Well, there's always protections for the city, but anytime that the city would require public improvements under a public improvement agreement, and those improvements are in fact built, inspected, accepted, and go through a warranty period, that's when it becomes unless it's covered under a metro district or a special district, it would become city property, right? So maybe cases in Rooney Valley may not be the best example because there's so many metro districts involved and not the city. But I think to answer the question, in a situation where there's no metro district, there's no special district, and the city requires improvements and they are properly executed, properly inspected, and accepted by the city, they become city property at that point. You know, maybe it's a sanitary sewer line, maybe it's a new water line, you know, those become a city asset at that point.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We have Councilor Jansen, Matt Guerrero, and Stewart.
Thank you again. I got off topic on that one, but so back to, so the city takes over the sewer, right? And then we have another connector that wants to go in. Do we get reimbursed for that? I don't understand. I'm a little confused on.
Well, in that case, the city hasn't paid a cost.
Oh.
Developers build the infrastructure, the city accepts it
And then if
and
it-
takes maintenance responsibility from, that point forward after a warranty period is complete.
Right.
It's a city-owned asset at that point.
And then if a connector wants to connect in after the city owns it, they pay the city.
Well,
I'm confused.
no, they do not pay what this ordinance allows, it allows, and this is done in advance. It's not done after the fact, but it allows that first connector to obtain a partial cost recovery from that second connector who benefits from what that first developer built. That's what it does.
And then so when the second developer comes in, you're kind of like the middleman, telling the developer B how much that he needs to pay to developer A.
We're not a middleman. There's
Well,
a process that occurs early in the development process when that first developer applies for this possibility. That's the front half of this ordinance. The process that's spelled out in there allows the city engineer to determine what that reimbursement area is and what the recoverable cost could be. And only if another developer within that reimbursement area, within that 10-year period, constructs and gets benefit from connecting to that infrastructure, would it be invoked.
Would that cause a second developer to maybe wait 10 years to develop something?
That might be a really good idea.
Okay.
I mean, you know, if as a property owner, you might say, if I were to develop my property within this 10-year period, I see that I might have to incur a cost for a connection to that infrastructure. Maybe I'll wait.
Okay,
I mean, that's your choice,
All right.
obviously, as a property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stewart.
Thanks. I have a similar question. Essentially, this type of agreement creates no financial benefit for developer B, right? Because now they have to pay for something that previously they didn't have to pay for, because now we're essentially, there's cost sharing. Previous to this, they didn't have to wait for 10 years. It was just a benefit from infrastructure that somebody else had previously paid for.
As it stands today, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. So this is not any, this is, again, I just am trying to be very clear. This is not any sort of windfall for developers writ large. Currently, developer B, every time, in every scenario, is benefiting from the fact that we don't have this system in place. There is benefit to developer B right now. If we pass this, it will be a shared cost, which will look like more of a benefit for developer A. So developer benefit at this point in time is kind of neither here nor there. Developer A or developer B is going to benefit regardless of what we do, is I guess what I'm saying and asking.
If you do not pass this ordinance, nothing changes. All of that public improvement cost is borne by that first developer who is identified in here as the initial developer. That's the best way for me to say it.
Totally. Great.
Okay. No more questions. We have a motion and a second to please cast your votes. Councilor Vincent is an aye. And that passes 6 aye, 3 nays, the nays being Olver, Jansen, and Springsteen. Yeah. Okay. So it's 9:36. I have a request for a break. We'll go ahead and take 10 minutes and then come back and dig into our budget. All right, we're going to reconvene the Lakewood City Council of October 9th, 2023 at 9:50 p.m. I appreciate everybody staying with us this evening, as it's going to be kind of a long one. And I'm just going to, before we turn it over to our CFO, actually, do you want to do your presentation first, probably? Okay, so while we're getting ready for that, just mention that this is the first public hearing tonight on the budget, and what I'd like to do is we will meld in the general business discussion into this general discussion as it relates to the request from Councilor Jansen, so we can have that whole conversation together. And for the public to know, we have 2 public hearings, and motions and votes will be taken at the second public hearing for the proposed budget tonight. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our city CFO, Holly Bjorklund.
Mayor Paul, do you want me to read it into the record?
We can
you.
wait. Well, yeah, if we're just doing a presentation.
Totally fine.
Okay, good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? Good. So this is the first public hearing for the 2023 revised 2024 budget. The budget process is a collaborative effort between City Council, the Budget and Audit Board, members of the community, and staff. And what we try to do is develop a plan that provides existing and new quality services for the community that are meeting the needs of the community. The process starts with the community values and the City Council goals. So we first started with a lengthy study session on September 18th, where we had a detailed presentation, and you heard from 4 other directors besides myself. And then on September 19th, we had the Budget and Audit Board meeting, in which that board discussed the budget. And tonight, for the first public hearing, I will be giving an abbreviated presentation on the financials of the budget. And then October 23rd, we have the second public hearing. So what we'll be covering is the overall proposed 2023 revised and 2024 budget. We'll cover the total city budget, general, capital, and Tabor funds, and then answer any questions that you may have. So we'll start with the total city. And the total city has 17 different funds, and there are 5 groupings for those funds. The general fund is the largest fund, and you can use it for any purpose. The capital projects is one of the other groupings, and we have 2 of those funds, and those are for acquisitions or construction and maintenance. And those 2 other funds are capital improvements, equipment, and equipment replacement. Then we have enterprise funds, which are for a government-owned business, and you can have no more than 10% of local government contributing to that type of fund. We have 4 of those. We have the golf course, sewer utility, stormwater, and water utility. Then we have special revenue funds, which are for one specific purpose and only designated for that purpose. And we have 6 of those, which are conservation trusts, economic development, heritage, culture and arts, open space, grants, and Tabor. And then the 4th grouping we have is internal service funds, which is for costs that are shared across different departments. And the ones we have there are medical and dental, property and casualty, retirees health program, and workers' compensation. So now we'll talk about the revenue by fund type. Again, this is by total city. And you can see in the columns that the first 3 columns are actuals, 2020 through 2022. And then we have 2023 budget, 2023 revised, and 2024 budget. The blue bars are the general fund, the red bars are ARPA, the green bars are capital, And then the yellow bars are enterprise funds, and then the brown bars are special revenue. The items to note really are for the general fund between 2020 and 2021. That increase is due to the recovery from the pandemic. And then the increase from 21 to 22 is primarily due to a large inflation increase. And then you can see in the out years that we're expecting the inflation to return back to normal levels, and we'll see a moderate amount of growth. For both the capital funds and the enterprise funds, they are fairly stable. Capital fund does follow the same trend as the general fund, just at a lower level. And the special revenue funds, the reason you see that up and down is primarily because of grants, the number of grants we have, as well as how large they are. So this is showing 2024 expenses by department. And you can see that Public Works is the largest at 28% of the total spending for the city, and that's primarily materials that are purchased. For police, it's 19%, which is primarily people. Community resources is about half and half, people and materials. Then we have non-departmental at 13%, planning at 10%, and then all other departments is at 12%, and each of those departments individually are less than 4% of the total spending. So we did have quite a few changes in the 2023 revised, and I'll talk about the highlights for revenue and for expenses. For revenue adjustments, it was increased by $34.1 million, and that's primarily due to two reasons. One is use and taxes, investment income, charges for services, and license and permits were all increased due to the increase in inflation. So we did have a forecast for inflation, but it wasn't quite as high as what's actually occurred and what we're anticipating for the remainder months of 2023. The other major reason for the increase is grant and intergovernmental revenue. Staff pursued additional grants for 2023, and they were awarded, and it's $24.7 million of that $34.1. On the expense side, we have an increase of $14.3 million. And the first item that's noted on there is actually a decrease, which is North Dry Gulch funding, and that's because the spending has been moved from 23 to 24, and that it's been moved to the Stormwater Fund. We have three large items in expenses, which is the city match for the Colfax Safety Project at $10.2 million, land acquisition, which is primarily due to the purchase at 20th and Quail. And then we have site and building improvements at 5.6, and that's just increasing how much is being done in 2023. And then we have traffic signal replacement at 2.9, and the final item is basically projects that are being completed in 23 versus being finalized in 22. Moving on to staffing requests for 2023, there are no additional requests. For 2024, there are 13 new positions that are being requested and 3 part-time positions that are being requested to be changed to full-time for parks and trails. Of those 13 positions, we have 2 positions recommended for sustainability and 1 for unhoused activities. There are 5 positions requested for Public Works, which includes 2 positions for traffic signals for safety, 1 for permits, 1 for fleet, 1 for Google Fiber projects. And then the other positions that are being requested of the 13 is 1 each in PD, finance, planning, IT, and the clerk's office. And the final thing that's being requested for the staffing requests is shifting 5 police agent positions to expanding civilian services. And those 5 positions are 2 for community service officers, 2 for mental health co-responders, and 1 for a front desk position that's currently maintained by a sworn officer. So planning for the future. So in the budget process, we don't just look at the current year and revising it and looking at the next year out. We also look at many years out to see what do we need to invest in the future? How do we need to plan for how things are changing in the community? And what are the things that are really important to the council? So we have talked about infrastructure investment previously. Last year, we talked about existing, replacement, and new, and that we need to save funds for that. And also, in the 2020 pandemic, there was a lot of discussion about we really need to be saving more funds in order to invest in things in the future. And that was accomplished from 2020 through 2023, and you'll see that in the slides going forward, that that savings has occurred in order to make those investments. Beyond the infrastructure investments, you as a council have talked quite a bit about affordable housing, unhoused population, and sustainability. And so that is also being incorporated in the 2024 budget, as well as looking at the out years. And then last, we do need to consider what's going to happen when the Tabor limit returns in 2026, because many of the investments that have been done with the Tabor funds will need to be maintained, and we do not have specific funding identified for that. Next, we'll talk about the general fund. So for the general fund revenue, the big highlight for this, as we've talked about before, is sales and use tax is 68% of our revenue, which means we're very dependent on sales and use tax. We also have property tax at 9%, charge for services at 8%, franchise fees at 5%, intergovernmental revenue at 4%, and other at 6%. Looking at sales tax in a little more detail, you can see the industries in which we get sales tax from. By far, the largest is retail at 46%, services at 10%, utilities at 8%, household products at 14%, other at 7%, and restaurants at 15%. On the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the year-to-date comparison of sales tax to last year. And we are at 7.6%. 4.7% of that is due to inflation, and then true growth is at 2.9%. Here's an example for property tax. This example is a $600,000 home based on the 2022 assessment rate. And this individual would have had to pay $4,373 in total for their property tax. The distribution of that is 5% goes to the city, 26% goes to Jefferson County, 54% goes to school districts, and 15% goes to West Metro Fire. So in this example of the person paying $4,373, $224 would go to the city. We also have a general fund revenue, and on this slide you can see 2022 actuals, 2023 budget, 2023 revised, 2024 budget, and then the forecast for 25 through 28. The blue bars are showing the revenue that would be retained by the general fund. The yellow bar is the ARPA grant, which we've talked about before as to what we've received. And then the red bar is the projected Tabor transfer and refunds. So from 2022 through 2025, it would be transferred to the Tabor Fund. 26 through 28 is when it would be returned to the taxpayer. And you can see on the blue bars that we're forecasting for the general fund It will increase, but over a slow rate over a longer period of time. So general fund expenses, this is the same columns as I mentioned in the last slide. And the blue bars are the ongoing expenses that we have for the general fund. The red bars are the one-time projects. And this is where the starting of the investment in those things that council is interested in. Yeah, of course, you're interested in all of it, but specifically interested in the homeless services or unhoused support, as well as there's $7 million for the maintenance campus, new maintenance campus investment, which would be shared with the capital fund. For the green bars, that is the transfer to the stormwater fund to support the North Dry Gulch project, in which the stormwater fund would borrow the funds from the general fund and pay it back over a period of time. So the general fund balance, or fund balance, basically this is a reflection of the combination of the first two slides that I showed you of revenue and expense. And you can see on the left-hand side, the savings that has occurred that the city was able to accomplish, and then the investment in the unhoused services as well as the maintenance building that will decline over time because of those investments. And then the capital improvement fund, the same strategy was taken. These are the same columns as we talked about on the last slide, that we would be saving through 2023. And as I mentioned on the revisions for 2023, you can see that reduction from the budget to the revised is those investments that I talked about. And then also the one-time purchase of land for $8 million, which is for the maintenance building. So that's the sharing between the capital improvement fund and the general fund. And then you can see that we would continue to save, and going forward in the out years, we anticipate in our future forecasts that we will show this as declining, because we'll be forecasting what needs to be done with the city buildings. So moving on to Tabor. As you all know, TD2D was passed in 2018, in which the voters agreed to let the city, or gave the authority to the city, to be able to maintain those funds that are above the Tabor limit from 2017 through 2025. On the left-hand side of this slide, you can see what was refunded and then what has been retained. In 2020, it's much lower because we had a large decline in our revenue. And then in 2022, it's a lot higher because of inflation. So what did we do with all that money? So over the next 3 slides, you'll see a large number of projects that has been invested from the Tabor funds. On the left-hand side, you can see the completed, and then the right-hand side, the underway. For parkland and open space, this was primarily for purchasing new properties as well as improvements. There was 128.8 acres that have been purchased with almost $8 million, and there's been $3.2 million invested in park improvements. The infrastructure and transportation area is primarily focused on the sidewalk maintenance and improvement program and traffic signals. And you can see the completed projects on the left-hand side and the underway and upcoming projects on the right-hand side. For the police department, there were several different projects that were invested in. For example, the record management system upgrade and police agent health and wellness assessment. But the largest project by far is the body-worn cameras project, in which over $1 million a year is spent on that project. And intentionally, these funds have been earmarked only for the body-worn camera going forward and the police agent health and wellness assessment. And the reason for that is we will have to be able to fund that going forward because it is a mandate by the state. So we're trying to utilize the Tabor funds as long as possible in order to continue that program. So that is the end of my presentation. The next public hearing will be on October 23rd. And before I turn it over to the mayor, I would like to say thank you and also introduce the Budget and Audit Board members. We have Councilor Rebecca Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Wendy Strom, Councilor Sharon Vincent. The community members are David Engel and Deborah Hinspark, who are here this evening. And we have a vacant position as well. And I believe Councilor Stewart would like to make a few comments as the chair of the board, and maybe other board members want to speak as well. I do not know.
Great. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. First of all, I just want to briefly go over a quick overview of the Budget and Audit Board's role again for everyone here. The role of the Budget and Audit Board is to provide financial oversight on financial statements, budget forecasts, and general spending policies. We are a very unique board because we are made up of 3 council members and 3 citizen members, and we conducted our study session on the city budget following the council's study session so that we could take the council comments, questions, concerns, and recommendations into consideration at our own study session and then bring forward our formal recommendations as the board. So I do want to note for all of council that the board did reach unanimous recommendation of the proposed 2024 budget to the full council as presented. As chair of the Budget and Audit Board this year, and on behalf of the board, I would really like to thank Holly and Shane in particular for your hard work, as well as our city manager and all of staff for bringing forward a budget that really lays out a thread line from our city values, our council priorities, and how those are reflected in our spending and services as a city. I do want to highlight a couple of things in our budget that are results of council requests from last year. First of all, the supplemental capital improvement packet. I just want to thank you for making this available. It's a really clear layout of projects and investments, many of which were specifically advocated for by the council and citizens. So I would really encourage everyone who hasn't yet to take a deep dive into that. We also this year have a very clear overview narrative at the beginning of the book, which was something that was requested last year by the council as well. So thank you to the city manager's office for that 10,000-foot view that was included at the beginning. It was very helpful. I also want to highlight some personnel increases that are direct results from our planning retreat. This budget contains 2 additional mental health co-responders in the police department, as well as an additional homeless services coordinator and 2 additional staff in the sustainability division. We are making historic investments in services for our unhoused neighbors in the surrounding community in this budget. We also have line item investments in active transportation connectivity and protected bicycle routes, which we have never had before. The last thing I want to highlight before we dig in is that the city has been, and I want to just reiterate this because it's already been highlighted, saving up in our general fund reserves for several years in anticipation for some large and very necessary capital improvements that we knew would be coming. And as you can see, those projects are starting, so our general fund reserves are projected to decrease significantly over the next few years as we make those large investments and improvements like the North Dry Gulch project, the maintenance facility, and the homeless Homeless Navigation Center. Lastly, I just want to introduce our citizen members. Deb Hinsvark and David Engel are here tonight, and I just also want to thank our 2023 board, Councilor Vincent, Councilor Strom, and also Marlon McDaniel, who was our last citizen member who unfortunately moved and created a vacancy, but was really with us throughout a lot of this process, and we wouldn't have been here without his help as well. So just wanted to thank him. So I will open it up now for other members of the committee for comments to council.
Committee members? Okay.
Most of what I had down, Councilor Stewart already covered. I likewise was very appreciative of this capital improvement and preservation plan. You know, so often we hear from our residents requests and concerns about different projects they'd like to have around town. We put in requests for things, we talk about things, but we don't always see it actually happening. And it was really nice to be able to go through this book and locate ways that, you know, money that we're putting towards increasing our compliance around ADA requirements, allowing more opportunity for our different able-bodied people to be able to get around easier throughout town, and so many other things that you guys had in there, and I'm so appreciative of that. What was really eye-opening too throughout this process was to look back to 2018 and to see that we've actually had over 183 acres of parkland that we have acquired since that time, and over, you know, almost 140 of that due to the Tabor funds that we've been holding. So being able to do these things that our residents are asking for, and for us to be able to see that that's actually coming to life, in addition to what Councilor Stewart mentioned with the Homeless Navigation Center, mental health responders, sustainability staff. So thank you so much. It gives us a lot of joy to be able to see the things that we have heard from you, that we have turned into priorities, and now we're actually getting, it's government, right? We know it's slow, but we're getting there, and we're moving the dial just a little bit every year. So thank you to all staff for all the work that you put to getting all of this put together.
Councilor Vincent, ditto? Okay. From our citizen members, anything? No? All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
The only thing I would say is,
Dave, I'm gonna force you to come down, sorry. You're on TV, so we gotta make sure everybody can hear you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Thank you, though.
no, I just want to say, and echo what was already said about the 350 pages of the budget that was handed to me for the first year, and it was a great job that was done by them. I also like all of our questions, and we had several of them coming from the council, they were answered, and we've gone through. For sure, there's still going to be some discussion, but I really thought it was well done and well thought through. Still trying to learn all the different projects and everything too, so thank you.
Yeah, very cool. And for our guests or those watching, you can also go back to the original budget presentation is on, where you'll hear from department heads, the police chief, and have that kind of information if you so choose to engage there. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to read into the record the item.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. In comparing the ordinance title and the title on the agenda, there's one small error that we should correct when we read it in. It should state revised budget for the year 2023, not 2024. So with that, item 10, first reading and public hearing for ordinance O-2023-41, adopting a revised budget for the year 2023 for the city of Lakewood, Colorado, and further adopting the annual budget for the city for the fiscal year beginning on the first day of January 2024 and ending on December 31st, 2024, estimating the amount of money necessary to be raised by levying taxes for the year 2023 to defray the costs of municipal government of the city of Lakewood, Colorado for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024 and ending December 31, 2024, and estimating the amount of money to be derived from other revenue sources, setting forth the appropriations for each fund.
Thank you. So I will now open the public hearing, and we have some folks who have wished to speak. And I'll actually ask those who are online if you'd like to raise your hand as well. And Ms. Rashke, you're first. Good evening. It's been a while. Welcome.
It's Halloween, pumpkin season. I'm turning into a pumpkin, staying up this late. But thank you, Mayor Paul, council members, and I appreciate everybody's effort on this thankless budget. And on behalf of my husband, the owners of the 30 properties on our street, and many of our fellow Lakewood residents, I'd like to thank Mary for her efforts on putting forth Ordinance O 2023-41. And I'd like to politely request approval for this reduction in Lakewood's mill levy rates. My husband and I have owned our place in Ward 5 for 24 years. Our house was valued at just over $630,000 in 2021, and our taxes were at about just over $4,000 a year. And imagine our shock when we saw our 2023 assessments valued at $1,146,000 for an 82% increase. Yikes. How could we afford to be millionaires? Thankfully, my husband and I had the time and took the effort to appeal with the assessor's office, and we were approved for a new valuation of only $960,000, which is still a 52% increase and equates to thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of additional dollars that we must pay. Sadly, many of our neighbors were unable to appeal and will be burdened with even greater property taxes. Wendy, as a financial planner and financial first responder, I appreciate how you can work with any community where its residents are suddenly found themselves house poor and unable to sustain itself, yet alone thrive. So it's important that we all help each other to at least keep a little bit more money of our earned income in our pockets. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, I have Patty Peters. And while you are coming down, I have Ms. McAdie that supports the question and does not wish to speak, as well as two of our friends on South Coors Drive. Good evening.
Hi. Question first. I came with others. Do they need to come down here, or am I simply allotted a little more time? I don't think I need it.
We have a pooling form. If you have three others, it'll get you 10 minutes. But
I do have, I have 5 others or 6
Okay.
others.
Okay.
Okay, but I can start.
We'll have them sign up for
Okay.
the record. But so do you want 10? Is that?
I want 10. I don't think I'm going to
Okay,
need it.
sounds good.
And I'll start simply again, Mayor Adams and all of you council members. Thank you for your continued efforts and commitments towards serving our extremely diverse community. I have 2 questions, one ask, and then one extremely strong appeal in response to Councilwoman Mary Jansen's proposal to reduce our City of Lakewood mill levies. So the first question is, as an uninformed citizen, and thank you very much for your detailed and helpful presentation. You actually made me eliminate my entire presentation and start over. That's good, it's shorter. So my first question is simply looking at all of the inflated values that showed up in the budget. In the city's bylaws, question number 1, in the city's bylaws, is there a cap and how much of the constituents' mill levies you are allowed to keep? I don't know the answer to that. I'm thankful for an official response on that. Question number 2 then, looking at the years forward and the years back, are there, if there is a cap, is it possible that there's other years that we have exceeded that cap? So that's 2 questions. The one ask is, if there is indeed a cap, if we have indeed exceeded it, my ask on behalf of all of the City of Lakewood homeowners is we return that money that has been paid by us to our wonderful city. Moving on to the 4th thing, my appeal. So let's assume there's no area there. Again, we looked at our budget. our city has very healthy coffers. However, when I look at the city that I live in now versus the one that I moved into in 2021, it's very different. I don't need to repeat that. We heard that tonight. And what I was reminded of in leadership, you all have very hard jobs. When you're leading, you're always disappointing someone. Someone wants more money for police so we can have a safer city. The next person wants to abolish the police. Someone wants pickleball courts to have better community. Someone doesn't want the noise. The appeal I'm putting in front of you doesn't have that decisiveness. I'm asking you to act in good faith on one member of our very diverse communities. And that's everyone that owns a townhome, everyone that owns a condominium, everyone that owns a single family homeowner. Part of our monies go to this city. And going back to when we moved here in 2021, part of the appeal to us of coming here is we heard the statistic at that time that 90% of the people that graduated from Jefferson High School stayed in this county and kept their kids in it. We can't do that today, can we? Do any of us that have kids, that's just not an option. But that's even far away from where I am right now. And you're probably wondering why I'm standing in front of you with this list of these like filters, funnels. So when we moved here in 2011, it was a very stable community. The majority of the residents owned their homes. They volunteered in their communities. They had stable income. And what that meant is that we, the community, we were able to help people not slip through the cracks. Whether it was family helping family, whether it was neighbors helping neighbors, or whether it was how we volunteered, we, the people, were helping our citizens not fall through the cracks. Fast forward, the budget again, really helpful, showing the negative impact of COVID, and then now where we are now. So many more people are slipping through the cracks. You talked about the budget going forward and wanting to have a placeholder for it, for our unhoused issues, our sustainability issues. The other thing all of you have the responsibility for is not increasing the number of people slipping through the cracks and also trying to reduce it. It's going to be a long time before we get back here to 2011. I don't even want to talk about that. I'm begging you not to make the problem bigger. And how you help make that problem not bigger is by not making those that are in their homes and are in the position to help families and neighbors help neighbors and volunteer in our communities. Don't make them vulnerable. I don't want to talk numbers. My friend Andrea already did that very eloquently. You're going to have those budgets. This is not even a big section of all of the property taxes that we pay. However, again, your responsibility, knowing now that we have vulnerable homeowners in our community, your responsibility to all of us is to help us stay in our homes and help us be your partners, help us continue to collaborate with you to help others in our cities that are still vulnerable. And that's going to require some sort of mill levy reduction. The collateral benefit that you get from that is simply the good faith offering. We heard a lot of pain tonight. We are a tired, broken community. This is your opportunity to say, we hear you. Nothing else.
Great, thank you. All right. Lindsay? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Malaconi, and I live in Ward 1. And I moved to Lakewood because you get the perks of a big city and the comfort of the suburbs, and it's more affordable. And so I'm requesting that you all vote to approve a reduction in the mill levy. I saw a post from a friend of mine today that emphasizes how we feel as taxpayers. Doesn't have to do with roads, but it says, would you kindly fix the road that I was already taxed to fix so I'm not causing damage to the car I'm taxed annually to drive with? I purchased with the income you already taxed, which sits in a driveway of my home, which is very heavily taxed. And multiple people have talked about their tax increases. I actually feel kind of shy saying, oh, I only got a 35% increase. I also agree that was a great presentation on the budget. And I'm appreciative that we do have money in our city, that we're not in a deficit. But right now, everybody's being squeezed by taxes and inflation. And the city's continually talking about affordable housing and how to help people. So at a time when citizens are struggling and the city budget's ample, it seems appropriate to me to help citizens out by reducing the mill levy. So a rumor that I heard, which was very discouraging, was, well, it's not going to pass because the city council says that the mill levy reduction isn't significant enough relief and that people will say, oh, it's just so small. Again, I actually don't know if that's true, but that is a rumor going around. And I believe even a small amount would help struggling families. I have a close friend I was talking to in Lakewood telling me about health issues. I recommended a doctor not covered by insurance. And she just goes, I just simply can't afford that right now. Her husband's a teacher. She works part-time. They are the salt of the earth. They're amazing people. And so, you think about families like that, and even a small refund, even $50 would be significant. So today, I'm asking that you guys can, that you do vote to reduce the mill levy and give the people of Lakewood some relief. All right. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Mr. Clifford? And anybody else online, go ahead and raise your hand.
Good evening again. I want to read a press release from the Colorado Counties, Inc. And I'm just going to read this, and that's all I'm going to say. Colorado Counties, Inc. issues statement to address inaccuracies in Governor Polis's recent interview with Colorado Public Radio. Denver, Colorado, Wednesday, June 14th, 2023. Early this morning, an article entitled Interview Governor Jared Polis Gives His Elevator Speech for Property Tax Ballot Measure literally was posted on Colorado Public Radio's website. There is a couple items from the interview that we refers to Colorado Counties, Inc., by the way. Couple items we wish to respond to. We have communicated this with the governor's staff. We know everyone strives for accuracy, and in that spirit, we felt it necessary to provide this response. The governor's comments were inaccurate. Counties have been working with the governor's office on aspect of what would become SB 23-303 since the first of the year. CCI's Executive Director, John Swartcutt. Excerpt from the interview. Because they haven't acted, we took action and put this on the ballot to reduce property tax rate. Background. Notice of the valuations reflecting the height of the market, June 2022, came out in April 2023. The time to act is this December. This is when local governments set their mill levies to be applied to the total actual property values in their jurisdiction. This quote directly reflects a misunderstanding of property taxation, valuation cycles, and the local government budget process. It also suggests local governments are out of touch with their residents and the needs for the communities, which is definitely not the case. The time to look at what our mill levies should be after the valuation data is available and during the budget process, which occurs later this year. Park County Commissioner and CCI's Taxation and Finance Steering Committee, Dick Elsner. Excerpt from interview. But in addition, I also signed a bill that makes sure that if they do voluntary slash their property taxes, that won't be held against them for Tabor purposes in the future. Background. This was SB 23-108, allowing temporary reductions in property tax due. The bill was sparked from a meeting CCI hosted with interested county attorneys in the fall of 2022, October 21st, 2022, to ensure everyone felt comfortable with the legal standing to provide temporary mill levy credits for the purposes of tax relief.
Time's up.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
There's just a little bit more.
Hurry.
Okay. I'll skip to the very end. Local government action in this space demonstrates our awareness of the situation facing property owners and the leadership work to secure the tools needed locally to respond to these unprecedented times. And that's from Dick Elsner again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else? Ms. Menton? And actually, the folks that pooled, if you could come and sign up with Mr. Robb, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Natalie Menton, Ward 5. I am the registered agent for the Tabor Coalition to Reject HH. That's just one of few committees that were opposed to HH, along with a long list of governments that are opposing it. This all ties together, though, to property tax relief. As Mr. Clifford just mentioned, Governor Polis was trying to blame the reason for HH and putting it on the ballot at the last minute because local governments haven't acted. And they were saying basically Colorado counties, which is like Colorado Municipal League, said, well, we haven't reacted because the time you do that is in the fall. That's when you lower the mill. That's the reason the county assessor sends a certificate of value to a local government like Lakewood so that you can plan as part of this process. And when this budget process takes place, the mill levy is adjusted to reflect what is appropriate for the community. Because right now, the way it's looking, the government is going to profit heavily off the pain of citizens because we're not lowering the mill. So Colorado counties has said this is the time to do it. Local governments that are opposing HH are saying, hey, the reason we oppose it is because it's a local control issue. We do it in the fall. You know, last year we noticed this document where you're looking at tonight as budget and mill levy certification. Mill levy certification's dropped out of tonight's title. Don't know why, because it's a real big part of it. We know now that the local property tax relief is taken care of at the local level. HH is really a deceptive ballot measure meant to take our Tabor refunds. The local property relief could have occurred at the legislature with assessment changes. Second part of it is local governments lower the mill. That's what you're doing. That's what you're approving. Well, we've got a couple of questions that are not answered. Though we had the budget and audit committee hearings, we had a budget study session, there's a couple big questions that haven't been answered. The certificate of value the assessor sent suggests that we are more above 20% on valuation increases. Yet city staff is saying that we've got a 10 or 11% increase. How does that mesh up with what we've read in the newspapers? 35% increase, 30% increase. I mean, Mountain 70% increase. It certainly doesn't mesh up with a 10 or 11% increase in revenue to the city because of these spikes in valuation. More importantly, our city charter, as I went to research this, under section 12.12 of our city charter says we have a limitation on property taxes in Lakewood. Says city council shall not levy an ad valorem tax, meaning a mill levy, on taxable property in the city that provides revenue from such levy in an amount greater than 7%. I read the plain language. City staff's been asked, what's this language mean? The city attorney's been asked, what does that mean? Problem is, staff's answer doesn't match with the polling I've done with
Time's up.
with
Thank
people.
you.
This needs to be adjusted. I'm glad we have a second hearing so I can chime in some more. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, anybody online? All right, close public comment. And I also mentioned that council has, and I don't know, do we put all the questions that have been asked on Lakewood Speaks? So the community will see, and actually the questions that were just asked were on that list of, yep. So the charter question and the mill levy question, all of that's on Lakewood Speaks and has been responded to. So with that, we'll go into council questions. Actually, let's have a motion, please, and then we'll go in.
Mayor Paul, I move to accept ordinance O-2023-41 on first reading and order the ordinance to be published in the Denver Post with second public hearing set for October 23rd, 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. And then I think what I would like to get to, so we have questions and then some sort of consensus if we are going to direct staff to do a mill levy decrease or what that looks like, so we have an idea of what they can bring back for the second reading. All right, the floor is open. Councilor Jansen.
Thank you. Yeah, I had that question too about why did we take the out of the title, the mill levy, because it was in the last budget and audit meeting that we had in 2022. So why are we not talking about the mill levy? I mean, we are talking about it now, but I'm just wonder why was it not put in the title?
The mill levy discussion is in the second hearing.
Okay, thank you. And I have some more questions too. I guess my big picture was about the city charter. I did understand when I read that it does talk about revenue and revenue cap. And I did get different answers from the city versus I asked 12 people, 2 which were lawyers. One was a big CEO for a big company that does the budgets. And I asked them, I said, read this and tell me what your interpretation was. And they said it's revenue based, it's a revenue cap. So, but I got a different answer from you. Can I read what you told me? Hold on, I gotta find it. We also asked if you were complying with the charter, and you said, yes, the city complied with the charter section 12.12. Section 12.12 has always been interpreted and implied to restrict the amount of city council could increase the mill levy rate without voter approval to no more than 7% annually. It was not interpreted that the dollars collected is limited to 7% growth from the previous year. However, when I read it, that's how I interpret it, and that's how the people that I asked I just said, read it and tell me what they said, and this is what they came back with, saying this is a revenue cap. And I just wonder, I also asked our city attorney the same thing, and she said that it's also the same, but as the same as what you had interpreted to me as. So I'm wondering, how do we go forward on that? For this interpretation, because I think it's very important that we get the correct interpretation on it.
Mr. Dortek.
I'm happy to chime in. Alex Dortek from the City Attorney's Office. Are you asking for a different interpretation, or are you asking for how the mill levy could be lowered?
Well, no, I want them, I would love to have the mill levy lowered for the people.
Okay.
But I was just asking about this part of the charter that there were so many different interpretations of it, that it's a cap on the revenue. It's a cap on the revenue from the 7%. Shall not, it says right here, shall not levy an ad valorem tax on taxable property in the city that provides revenue from such levy in an amount greater than was levied in the preceding year. So I interpret that as we cannot levy anything higher than 7%.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Okay, so I guess maybe we should just talk about this at the next meeting. Everybody kind of think about it. And I don't know if we need to take it to a judge. I mean, is that what we need to do, is just to make sure that this is saying what it really says? Because I'm hearing that that we can't take the mill levy above 7%, but I think it's the revenue.
Well, the way it works legally, to have a judge rule on something, there has to be a lawsuit.
Oh.
So if there were a lawsuit, of course a judge would rule.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to leave that at there. That brings me to my second question on the valuation. Excuse me. There was the valuation discrepancy, the proposed amount, and I wonder why we didn't wait until we got the certified valuation from the county to actually put this together, because it's such a different percentage. It's 23%, 23.5% versus your 11%.
So putting the budget book together, as you know, it's a very large book. And finalizing the budget is done prior to actually receiving that letter. We do a comparison to what we forecasted, which is based on historically and what we anticipate will increase. As I put in the question answer document, the difference between doing 11% versus actually 29% is what the letter indicates, is about $2.1 million, which is less than 1% of our revenue. We can make that change in the second reading or the second public hearing if that's something the council wants to do. I would recommend that we consider all the decisions that want to be, or the changes that want to be made at one time, because if you're also going to do a mill levy reduction, that will reduce how much revenue we have in the budget. So it may not be something that we need to change in terms of the actual revenue, because it's not significant enough to make those changes. So we do that comparison of to the letter, and then we make a determination if we recommend that we make a change in the second hearing. Right now, it depends on if there's other changes.
Okay. All right. And I just wondered why that wasn't quoted in the presentation, that the actual certified valuation wasn't put in there, the actual certified valuations that came in. Why isn't that put in the presentation?
We put in what we put in the budget in the presentation. So we did not put that in the budget because the timing of when we received that letter is a different timing. And what we actually forecast versus what comes in is usually very close to what we actually forecast.
It wasn't, okay, it's a lot. It's almost doubled.
In terms of relativity of how much the total dollars are compared to the total, it's fairly, I mean, this year is different, and we did do a comparison, and like I said, it depends on if there's other changes that are being requested by council.
Okay. So I just wanted to go into my motion that I would like to be passing, or I would like to bring forth to council next week. I'd like to read it. It's kind of long. So this is my proposed motion for the mill levy reduction. Whereas Lakewood's total taxable property value has increased 24.3% for the year 2023, as reported by the county assessor on August 25th, 2023. And whereas a 24% increase in taxable values results in higher property taxes and bears undue financial harm to residents, businesses, and consumers for property tax bills payable 2024. And whereas Lakewood City Charter requires the 2024 budget and 2023 mill levy to be adopted by the first day of November. And whereas Lakewood City Council has the statutory duty to certify the ad valorem property tax levy to the Jefferson County Commissioners no later than December 15th each year. And whereas 2023 proposed ballot issue Proposition HH doesn't include a property tax cap for the city of Lakewood or other home rule jurisdictions. And whereas property taxes are a factor in housing affordability, and such tax assessments should be determined, calculated to produce lower taxes to improve housing affordability and financial stability. And whereas the city of Lakewood has retained nearly $38 million in taxpayers' Bill of Rights, Tabor rebates due to a temporary waiver from revenue limits for years 2017 through 2022, which includes an additional $7 million in addition to the initial 2022 budget. And those overcollected taxes would otherwise have been refunded to taxpayers. And whereas prior to the temporary Tabor rebate forfeiture, the overcollected taxes were refunded by reducing the property tax levy in years 2015 to 2017 and reduced fees to owners in prior years. And whereas the cities of Lakewood's ability to withhold Tabor rebates from taxpayers extends through December 31st, 2025. And whereas the city of Lakewood did not reduce the mill levy during the years from 2019 to 2022, resulting in a property tax revenue increases for the city during that period of about 24%, about 8% in case per year. Private sector salary increases were limited to 4 to 5% per year, creating an undue burden on property taxpayers. And whereas the economic development agreement with Creekside Shopping Center, Walmart, terminates 8/9/2024, will result in increased revenue to the city. And whereas city sales tax amounts collected increase automatically in conjunction with recent ongoing inflating costs of goods and services, creating increased amounts of tax revenue for the city, while compounding the burden of the sales taxpayer by paying both more for the products and services and simultaneously paying more sales taxes due to the rising prices on the goods and taxable services. Whereas the Lakewood City Charter 12.12 states that the City Council shall not levy an ad valorem tax on taxable property in the amount greater than was levied in the preceding year plus 7%, with exceptions, and in prior years we have exceeded 7% without any apparent adjustment. And I'd like to make this motion at the next meeting, and I think Councilor Ulver was going to sign on with me.
Yes, but why don't you make it now?
Can't make a motion on this.
Yes, you can, because it's under general business.
It's a first reading, it's not.
No, it's not a first reading. She has an item under general business, and she
Well,
could make a motion.
And we're
right
not
now
in general
under the-
business right now, and if
Right,
we
but you
were in
merged-
general
you
business, it
merged
would
them.
still go to the second
You
meeting.
merged the two of them
Yes.
together with
Right.
the budget and the general
So,
business, so.
Council, I'm gonna let her
she's still-
finish what she's
She can
recommending.
still make a motion. I'm pretty
I'm
sure.
going to let her finish what she's making, please. Do you have
Go
a
ahead,
number
do it.
that you're going to put into that?
Well, I gave everyone, hold on. Sorry, my water bottle spilled all over my homework. My dog didn't eat it. So we were thinking, I was thinking 3.3, I'm sorry, my brain's not working right now, 3.85%. That's what I was thinking. And it increases, it's a 0.53% increase. Decrease, excuse me.
So I
You're
think
saying
that
3.85 mils or 3.85%?
3.85 mils. Yeah.
Okay.
Go
and-
from 4.711 to 3.85.
Okay, so council, so we're going to have some sort of consensus to push that forward? No? Ms. McKinney-Brown?
The action that's been presented is an action to amend the budget ordinance as presented. It will not go forward as a resolution. It must go forward as a motion to amend the main motion, which will be presented in 2 weeks. There's no reason to have a consensus. The motion will be made or may be made next in 2 weeks, and then the body as a whole will vote up or down whether or not to accept that amendment to the main motion.
However, it would be helpful to understand, if that is brought forward, what those numbers are. And if council has other suggestions on a lowering, what that looks like. So are we clear at least on Counselor Jansen's and what those numbers would be? I mean, you may not know that tonight, but can we have that for second reading prior?
So you're asking what's the impact?
Yeah.
Would we know the impact? Yes, we can. Counselor Jensen did provide that request of lowering it to 3.85 before. So we did provide in our questions, we've right of it. So we have it.
So that's one part, but if there's council members that want to do more or less also, just so that we're prepared to have all those numbers to be voted on second reading.
Right. So I can share the ones that she had requested, but if you want to do something up or down, then we would need some time to prepare that information.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right, Councilor Sharazai.
Yes, thank you. So I'm assuming then that in the exhaustive list of questions that we received, Counselor Jansen's reduction request, so those numbers that equate to $35 per household, those are the numbers that we're looking at and the impact to the everyday property owner in Lakewood, between $35 and $71.
Can I pull up the document just to make sure that we're all on
You
the
bet.
same page? No, there's put on there already.
It's on page 16 of the questions.
15 to 16.
Yeah, that's great. Yep, that's good. So, Counselor Sharazai, is this what you were referring to in terms of the examples?
Yes, so I want to make sure that what's being proposed tonight as the consideration, this is what we're looking at for the taxpayer benefit as it relates. And then my other question is just, would the person who put forward the motion be responsible for telling us what city services they'd be willing to eliminate for this reduction?
That's your choice as council.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one more thing, just on page 31, can we change it to Mount Blue Sky, please? That's it.
Good catch. Change, name change.
You want to change the name of it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, the name has been changed of the mountain, and I don't think we reflected that change in the introduction piece to the budget. So that modification would be on page 31.
On the budget book you're
Yes.
talking about, yes. We can make that change.
Councilor Olver, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. First of all, we wouldn't be reducing any city services. I mean, we're looking at a windfall right now, which is going to mean a lot more. So I don't see that Councilor Jansen would have to come along and say, oh, we're going to reduce this, because we're still increasing our budget. So we're not losing a dime. As for, I got to go back to 1212 though, and ask, because I wasn't involved in the emails that went back and forth between Councilor Jansen and you guys. But to me, and I've had this thing sitting up here for a long time, the title of that paragraph is called Limitation on Property Taxes. And I read it simply, and it's plain as day to me, that we cannot increase our taxes of more than 7% over last year. And then, we could increase it 7% this year, 7% next year. So what's the logic there? What do you see in that paragraph that says, no, that's not what we meant?
As stated in what was originally put toward, is this on? Okay. As stated when it was originally given to Councilmember Jansen, the interpretation of the finance director is legally supportable. Now,
why?
Hold on. Now, almost any statute, almost any ordinance, almost anything read can have more than one interpretation by more than one person. That's why we have courts. That's why we have judges. So beyond that, about the only way we can really get to the heart of these matters, if you want a more nuanced discussion, is if a supermajority of the council wants to have an executive session on this.
Okay, so back to my original question, what's your defense to say that it's not 7%, that we can't limit it to, we won't?
To have a
We
more
won't
nuanced
limit.
discussion on this, we need to have an executive session.
Why is that? Why do we need a secret meeting?
If you want legal advice, you need to have an executive session.
Right, but aren't you just giving legal advice right now? To say, I mean, you're not answering my question, obviously, and you're dancing around it. I don't want to bring a lawsuit against the city to prove this, because to me, it's blatant. It's simple as heck. And so, but you're going to you're stonewalling, aren't you?
Well,
Okay.
point of clarification, though, the answer is publicly available in the Lakewood Speaks, correct?
Right, I think,
And it is in your packet.
Mayor, I think the question is
No, I'm
number
asking
55
Yes.
in that packet, and it's answered pretty clearly. So maybe take a look at that, and that's what our attorney is responding to, assuming everyone's reviewed those questions and answers. So look at question 55 on that packet.
Why would it be available there but not here? If an answer is at question 55, why can't you tell it here?
Well, no, the answer to question 55 is what I've already stated, which is that the interpretation of the finance director is legally supportable. However, all of the employees, including your attorneys, have a responsibility to the body as a whole. And part of that responsibility is to not discuss or give legal advice on sensitive matters in an open session. That's part of all of our responsibilities.
All right, let's move on. To me, it's a no-brainer to reduce the taxes, mainly because it's the right thing to do, to reduce the mill levy. And perhaps, the corollary to your question about what would Councilor Jansen explain is how much extra money, where's the extra money going? Because it's a windfall. So maybe next week or 2 weeks from now, you can explain where the super extra money that you're going to get from all of us poor people out here. To me, this whole thing is just, it's a nut job. Because my bill has gone up 30-some%. And I'm retired, except for this. My income is Social Security and this, so beer money and Social Security. And if I go up year after year like this, or just even this year, I'm becoming house poor. And I'm obviously not the only one. In fact, the vast majority of, I would say, people in Lakewood are becoming house poor from all these taxes. And so I'm just totally behind a mill levy reduction. I don't see why the city, the county, the state needs to have such a huge windfall. I think this is going to be pushing seniors out of their homes. I actually think that's a progressive goal. You guys have said that through their, reading between the lines a little bit on that, but not by much. And also the amount that we're going to save citizens may be very small, but it's symbolic. And you saw everybody saw the chart that was up there a minute ago. It's the state, the county, the schools, they're getting the vast majority of our property taxes, and the city is not getting that much, truthfully. And what we do here isn't going to have a big impact financially on anybody's taxes, but it will have a symbolic impact. And if we do something here, then the other cities will go, oh, Lakewood, the 5th largest city in Colorado, did something about this. And then maybe Jeffco will do something about it. Maybe the state will do something like they should have done to begin with instead of HH. They should have seen how much money was coming in and gone, wow, where are we going to spend that? That's what they did. They go, oh boy, we're going to spend that. And that's what I think a lot of people on this council are doing right now. Oh, we can spend this. But they forget about the people paying the taxes. And so this whole thing, it should be a no-brainer. We should easily reduce the mill levy, and whether or not that happens remains to be seen. But I think it's a no-brainer, and we should do it immediately and not wait 2 weeks so that we could give you a heads up.
Councillor Vincent?
Yes, thank you. I just need some clarifications. If we bring this forward, the businesses, the Walmarts, the King Soopers, and the big, large apartment complexes that have multiple tenants in them, as far as those lower income ones too, or what I would call not high-end, not luxury, but run-of-the-mill apartments, they will be getting this reduction also? Is that correct?
Anyone that pays property tax to the city would be getting the reduction.
Okay, so we've run into this before on council. And I'm just gonna say it, I think it's nice. I'm a family owned, single family owner, and I would like that rebate, but my concern is with any sort of reduction of mill levy, it's not equitable across every place. It's not equitable across everyone. And those businesses and those Walmarts, et cetera, do not pass that on. When we took away the sales tax for food, that was equitable. That affected everybody. I think averages something like $70 or $80 for everyone. And people think they're going to get a check in their pocket for this, but it's just a reduction in what they're taxed on. Is that correct?
Yes, there's no money
Okay.
refunded.
No money is refunded to anyone. Okay.
The bill is less.
And I'm sorry.
The bill is less.
Yeah, that they get. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify that the individual homeowner versus the corporations that are going to get kind of a big chunk in the big apartment complexes. I mean, we've had a lot of discussion tonight about equity and apartment complexes and what they haven't been able to get back to the city. Yet this says we're going to reduce your mill levy, and you get the benefit of that. And it doesn't go back to John Q. Public like I believe it should. But I will do whatever council wishes with this. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Strom.
Thank you. I know in the legal business, we're not in the business per se of doing legal definitions from online, but I did it because I'm not a lawyer. So what I'm reading online is a levy is a new tax that is being imposed. So I completely appreciate the difference in interpretation between a 7% increase in a tax that's already there versus adding a new 7%. We're not adding a new tax. So thank you for that. I just was looking for a nod, I guess, to understand a little bit better. So 4.711 mils has been approved by the voters, and I do believe needs to continue to be the ceiling. But we've also had a really atypical increase this past year as we're looking at property taxes. So the flip side of that also is that the city has had increases too. Our staff costs have gone up. Our acquisition costs of materials have gone up. There's inflation that everybody across the board is experiencing right now. And so my thoughts would be, and thanks to the assistance of one of our budget and audit board members, Deb Hensvark, for sitting down and working through this with me. But looking at it and based on calculations that Deb had come up with, if we do something in the middle, supposing that we were to reduce mills, we can actually accomplish it where we are still doing a reduction. However, we're doing a reduction in a way that makes sure that we're not actually impacting line items on budgets, so that we don't have to cut services that our residents are looking for, or, you know, street maintenance and things like that. So I would propose, rather than taking it down to the 3.85, if we do opt to take it down, and we can't actually do it tonight, I guess, but that it would be more in alignment with 4.28 to keep us in line, I believe, 4.28.
Okay. Counselor Stewart?
Thank you. I do want to direct everyone's attention to Lakewood Speaks. The third document that is provided in the documents for the public hearing tonight is the 2023 revised and 2024 budget questions as of 10/4/2023. And the Budget and Audit Committee did request, because we knew that this conversation was coming, request all the math, basically. So I just want to point everyone to page 15. If you haven't already looked at that, that is the math as it pertains to Councillor Jansen's proposed mill levy reduction, and I think it's really important. It felt very important for everyone to be looking at the same thing, seeing the same numbers, and operating from the same level of understanding so that we knew what we were all discussing. But to Councillor Olver's use of the word windfall, I do want to clarify that even though the preliminary Jeffco assessment is 29% growth from 2022 actuals, and the city's proposed estimate that is used in the budget right now is 11%, which feels like it should be an overall budget growth of the difference of that, right, of 18%. It's actually not, because of how the mills are calculated, which is why we asked the finance team to please lay out this math for us, because if you're looking at the percentage of valuation increases, it would stand to reason, it would make a lot of sense that everyone's would just go up proportionally in the exact same way. But mills and mill calculations and property valuation is all very complicated, and so this math was very helpful. So the actual revenue impact between the 29% actual valuation that we now have from the county assessor and the 11% estimate that that staff used to make the budget is actually a difference between 16.631 million and 16 million, yeah, that was right, and 14.53 million. So it's a difference of about 2.1 million. So it's not, when you look at those numbers, it's not an 18% increase, which is why we wanted this math actually laid out so that everyone could kind of see. It's not, just wanted to point everyone's attention to that. I also think that it's really, really fair for us to be talking about reducing the burden on our homeowners right now. And to Councillor Olver's point, especially folks with fixed incomes, this is a real struggle this year, and it's a very real thing that we need to be discussing. Where I struggle with it, though, also is to Councillor Vincent's point that this is not an equitable tax break that's going to be applied to everyone. There are a lot of folks who don't own homes in our community who are also struggling, and they're not going to see a dime from this. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. I do just want to point out that there is a really large swath of our community who rents, who might be experiencing homelessness, who are living with family members, and a reduction in the mills is only going to affect landowners. Again, I don't think that means that we shouldn't do it, but I do think that we should all be operating from the same set of facts and the same understanding.
Thank you, Councilor Macarero.
Thank you. I had most of my questions actually answered at this point, so thank you very much. And also thank you to the Budget and Audit Committee and then the staff that allowed for these calculations to exist. So I just wanted to reiterate something that Councilor Vincent pointed out. As folks may or may not know, I represent Ward 2, which is the northeast part of Lakewood, and it's where a huge amount of the densification and infill has been. It is also certainly where we've seen some larger box stores come in, like Walmart, over the last 15 years. And so again, with the property ownership is not just individual humans who have homes. So I don't know if it would end up being able to be something that we could figure out as a part of the actual budget, but I am wondering if to me, for that reason, and then also for the reason of just trying to make sure that our budget does all of these excellent things that it's going to do, like make 7 parks. I am really interested in the idea of, can we build some kind of relief program for people, particularly on fixed income? I know that there is often issues where if we name specific groups, so like seniors, disabled people, et cetera, that it can get really dicey in terms of discrimination laws, but doing something specifically about fixed income, and again, this isn't something that I'm prepared to have ready for the budget, but I think that this is bringing something into sharpened relief that everybody's experiencing all of the time, and I'm really interested in how this can be a part of our housing strategy and conversation, because I know we have strategies around emergency homelessness, strategies around renters, and the strategies around homeowners is a little bit more foggy about what do you really do there. And so this seems like a really great channel to be pursuing over the next several months. I also have a couple of budget questions, but I feel like we were going to finish this discussion first, or? Okay. I was looking at the list of sidewalks and connectivity. So there's definitely new bike lanes, but besides the Colfax Safety Project, I don't think I noticed any sidewalk connections or pedestrian safety infrastructure in Ward 2.
We don't have it broken out by ward.
That makes sense. Yeah, obviously, I just know all of the cross streets in my head. So. I can send an email with the list to get a follow-up on that. Again, particularly, I know the Colfax Safety Project's going to be massive for that, so I do appreciate that. And we have several really cool park projects, which I'm really excited to see, including a new park, Two Creeks Park. But especially, again, given just the amount of new development in the space, we just have so many sidewalks to nowhere. And I know that was also really reflected in the, what was the title of the sidewalk study? So that was a question. Sorry. And I also just wanted to let staff know at this juncture that I get a lot of phone calls about the O'Kane Park tennis courts being turned into pickleball courts or other things. I don't know if there's going to be any opportunity for public input, but there's a lot of folks in that neighborhood with a lot to say about making what to do at that park. So given that that's on our list of capital improvements, I'd just like to throw it out there now so staff knows.
Thank you, Ms. Hodson.
I was going to say we'll have a thorough list for you on the sidewalk question that you had. I think it would be more thorough if we did it between now and the next hearing to make sure it's complete.
That would be fabulous. Thank you so much.
Councilor Springsteen.
I want to start with a question, which is how much of the public works budget is actually police related. So you're saying the police budget has to do with employees. How much of Public Works has to do with the police department? Well, in other words, for instance, vehicles for the police.
Fleet
Yeah.
area.
Mhm.
That's something we'd have to follow up to determine how much is actually dedicated to police.
Okay. Because I guess what I'm saying is, I'm looking at this article that I've brought up before during budget meetings, that Lakewood is second as a percentage of city general funds, at least it was in 2020, in the state for large municipalities for police budget, and third in the state for police expenditures per capita. And I feel like that's not being reflected in the budget we're being given. But part of my point with that in relation to this discussion is just more budget doesn't necessarily equal better services. And so when I see a room full of people tonight raising their hands saying they don't feel safe in their community, what that says to me is that we are mismanaging our budget. And so in order to be able to do things like the reduction in the mill levy, we should better manage our budget. I also wanted to mention that in the city of Denver, what Councilor Olver referred to as far as seniors being pushed out, my parents' property tax assessment in Denver went up 110% this year. They're in their 80s. So their entire neighborhood has been pushed out. There's no more people of color. There's no more elderly people. It is completely gentrified. And I don't know where the equity and all of that is when you just push people out. And so I agree with Councilor Olver that the symbolic gesture of this has to stop at the local level and put pressure at the state level to do the same is extremely important. And the last thing I just wanted to say is I feel like, everybody's always asking me to treat staff with respect, and I respect all of you. I try to treat all of you with respect. I ask the same of you toward us, Mr. Durotic, and how you were speaking with Mr. Olver earlier. Thanks.
Ms. Bjorklund.
I just wanted to make one clarification on the example of fleet that actually gets charged to the PD area. So it is purchased by the fleet division, but the actual charge goes to PD. So it would show up in that PD amount, the 18 or 19% that is of the expenses. So it's not, I know I said it's mostly people in PD, but they do have other expenses. It's just the majority of it is the actual staff. And in Public Works, the majority of their expenses are actually like the materials for streets and things like that. Did you want further follow-up on that? Okay. Yep.
Okay. So the one question I would have, if Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Strom does bring forth her proposal, it'd be nice to see what each of those would do, what those numbers are, Councilor Jansen's and Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Strom's. certainly worth further conversation and consideration.
Are there any other examples that you want provided, or is it just those two?
Looks like just those two at this time.
Okay.
Councilor Olver?
Yeah, I would like to respond to Councilor Vincent's remark. It sounded like you were thinking we're talking about sales tax, and we're just, okay, it's really just property tax. And so you mentioned Walmart, but Walmart, if their property tax goes up 30%, just like everybody else's, they're going to pass that along to all their shoppers. They're not going to accept it. It's the same thing with landlords. And so you're talking about it not being equitable. I think it's totally the same across the board. There's not a landlord in the town or the state who's not going to pass along their 30% tax increases along to the renters, which of course, like somebody mentioned earlier, it's going to very much hurt affordable housing. Less people are going to be able to afford housing because of this tax increase. And we're only so math-wise, I have a little problem. My tax bill is going up 30%, and I don't understand how the city is not getting an increase from me of 30%. It feels like your number, I'm not going to argue with it, but it feels like you're playing with numbers somehow. I'm saying, well, we're only going up 11%. Well, if I pay 30%, how can you only be getting 11% of that? It's not going somewhere else, and everybody else is exactly the same. So I don't understand it, and I don't believe I'll ever understand it. So you don't need to respond to that one. But to me, if my taxes go up 30%, Lakewood gets 30% more than they got the year before. And it's that simple. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's a bold statement. And as a representative of the community, I hope that maybe we could drill in more to that and maybe get you better up to speed on that, because that's certainly not projecting factual information out to the community. So I want to these are tough conversations. I want to make sure that people have the factual input. And Mills, as Councilor Stewart said, the calculations are quite challenging. And I think you did a great job of trying to simplify that.
How does 30% not become 30%?
So, go ahead, Ms. Bjorklund.
So you can see more detail in the item number 55. But basically, before we receive the letter for the assessor, we make an estimate of how much we think it's going to increase. And that's what's put into the budget book, because we have to complete the book before we actually receive the letter. What we put in the book was 11% increase. What we received from the assessor was a 29% increase. The difference between the 11% and the 29% was estimated at $16.6 million. So that the difference was estimated at $2.1 million. That actually could be a lower number than that, and that's the impact on the city and in terms of how much would be collected more than what it was before. So the 11% was not saying, we're not saying you got an impact of 11% versus 29%. It was 11% was our original estimate.
Right, and so that was a guesstimate, really.
Yes.
Yes, and so then when you got the real numbers, so then we're kind of on the same page. I'm paying an extra 30%, you're getting an extra 30%.
Of
From
the
me.
5% of what we actually receive. So-
Oh, yes, the little slice of the pie that Lakewood gets, yes.
Yeah.
But that still goes up
29%.
29%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not so tough. You're getting 29, that's a windfall. 29% increase over 1 year is a windfall. I think it's in the dictionary somewhere.
So,
Thanks.
And I'd also just mention too, timing is tough for us because by charter, we have to have the budget adopted by November 1st. So that's why we also are in this process of having to put all this together. Are there any other questions as it relates to the budget? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote to move this to second reading. Councilor Vincent is an aye. And that passes 8 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Olver. Ms. Hodson, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, thank you. Just one brief.
Have we general business? Because I had a motion I wanted to present.
So Councilor Springsteen, general business works by a submittal form, like Councilor Jansen did this evening.
Well,
and that's our processes via the
actually
policies and procedures.
our policies and procedures say that anyone can make a motion anytime under Robert's rules. So I'd like to make a motion and set it forward. It has to do with the Belmar Park situation.
So, Councilor, we're not in general business yet? Ma'am, please.
I'm going to make the motion.
Okay, I'm not going to accept
I'm making
the
a motion to direct the city manager to direct the director of community resources to require developer Kairoy Residential to provide open space and parkland dedication instead of a fee in lieu at 777 South Yarrow Street, and to work around the 69 mature trees, and to provide at least 2 parking spots per unit. That is my motion.
Second.
Okay, we're not going to be voting on it because it's not properly posted. It hasn't had legal review. It's just similar to what Councilor Jansen just went through and
Then
took
I
the
set
time
it
to follow
forward
over.
to the next meeting
That's
for
not
a
how
vote.
That's not how it works. You need to submit it. We have rules in
I will
place.
submit it, and
So-
we can set it forth at the next meeting for a vote. This is an important issue because it's coming right up. We don't know when the site plan is going to be approved. You can see what the community's response to this issue was in here, and this is something we can do as a council to actually listen to the community. And so I make a motion that we set this forth to the next city council meeting, which I believe is correct under the rules. In fact, I think we could vote on it tonight. I think I can make a motion about anything. I don't have to put it on a form like you're saying.
Ms. Hodson, do you have a report this evening?
I have a brief report.
Thank you.
And
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Right, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yep. Well, I'm trying to run a meeting, and there's processes in place, okay? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you.
So I want that on the record. I appreciate that response to all of us that showed up here tonight.
Yeah. Ms. Hodson, go ahead.
Thank you. The Housing Commission has asked for a study session for the housing plan, and it's called specifically the Lakewood Strategic Housing Plan. And so you know that's been scheduled for a study session on December 18th. This is a topic of wide concern for our community, so I wanted to make sure the public hears. We will have a study session scheduled for December 18th. Since that falls after the election, many of the people will be new to city council, so this will be a chance for people to really get engaged in this plan and to have a good conversation with each other and with the public as it relates to this housing plan. So that's scheduled for December 18th for a study session. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go to council reports. Councilor Vincent, if you want to go first, since you're online.
I'm online. Yes, thank you. I know some of those people have probably left, but there were some folks from Ward 2, specifically around the area where the fire was, and that's the Two Creeks neighborhood organization, and they're having their yearly meeting on, I wrote it down because I got several.
I think it's next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, thank you.
Yep.
And then the Tuesday after that, the O'Kane Park will have their yearly meeting. The one for the Two Creeks is at Mount Air Church, and the one for O'Kane is at the Washington Heights Center. So I wanted to let people know that's because there will be speakers, especially at the Two Creeks one, concerning some of the issues around the homeless, et cetera.
Great.
Thank you.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Those are also basically my reports for the upcoming annual meetings. And then, of course, ballots are about to go out for a lot of cool issues, and I just encourage everybody to make sure that their voter registration is up to date so that you can get your ballot in the mail. And then I just wanted to also make sure, I know that there was also conversation, and Councilor Vincent did a great job correcting it in the moment, but I know that a lot of people, I heard folks in the hallway talk about if they had left after giving comment, that they were going to basically fast forward to this part of the meeting. So I also wanted to make sure that there was clarification on the loan that was given to the property owner on 10th and Sheridan. Basically, in the process of how major developments get funded is typically there's kind of a lot of the planning process already done by the time they have sufficient funding to demolish a property. And what was happening there is that was a mostly abandoned property for years and years and years. And so the community had been really hoping to get the buildings torn down for public safety reasons, for trash, for humans. And so that is a loan, which again, if they don't pay us back, Lakewood would take the property. But it really was something that whole area has been talking to me about, I know, since I knocked my first door. So wanted to just clarify that was not a handout, it was not a grant. It is something that we will get fully paid for back, and it was something that was generated by outcry from that neighborhood.
Okay. So Ward 3, Councilor Springsteen.
You know, we heard the same thing we hear over and over again over the years. I've been involved with the city for many, many years, which is the citizens do not feel like they are being heard. And they feel like they have no power over the almighty dollar every time. And, you know, we had a room full of people here who love this part of Lakewood, and we're just kissing it off. And the people on this council, so some of the things I saw in the news were, the news was quoting the city saying, well, council has no power over this development. Council, it's already been zoned a certain way. Council can't do anything about it. That's a lie. We have all the power. 6 votes tells the city what to do. But the problem is that we're apologists for developers, just like we just heard out of Ward 2 about the loan we gave on 10th and Sheridan. Yes, it's a loan. Yes, it has to allegedly be paid back at some point in time. But my whole point in bringing it up was it's a handout without us knowing that the developer actually needed the handout because when I asked the question of what their financial situation was as far as whether they could afford to do the mitigation themselves, we were told, well, that's not an issue. We don't need to look at that. We're just going to give them the money. Well, you know what? There's a lot of homeless people all over this city. They would like to be given money that way without anybody looking into their finances and whether they need it or not. But we don't give them the money. We give it to the developers. And, you know, I just attempted to make a motion based on what was happening in the moment. And I would expect for at least my ward mate in Ward 3 to support me in trying to support these people who poured their hearts out, who were chained to a tree in protest over the weekend to not knock down this beautiful part of Lakewood that was meant. You know, the history of that area is that Bonfils, her husband gave it to the archdiocese. And so it was meant to be used by the public in some nature-loving way. It was not, unfortunately, the archdiocese sold a portion of it to a private developer. That's unfortunate, but the idea that, and I've spent 4 years on council dealing with this same issue. We don't have the power. We don't have the power. We're gonna just do what we're told. If anybody ever says we're gonna get sued by a developer, and that's the constant extortion that we experience and the constant threat that we experience up here on council, we just fold. Hey guys, I'm not gonna be here after November 7th. Neither is this guy, thank God. But, you know, you're still gonna have the same city manager telling you what to do. Are you just gonna keep doing it and ignoring the people and their voice and their pleas? Is that what you're gonna do? I mean, it's just a shame. It's just a shame. And I thank Councilor Jansen and Councilor Olver for standing up and always asking questions. And I thank Councilor Abel, who can't be here tonight, who served this community for 8 years, asking those kind of questions. And Mayor, you don't have to grumble when I speak. I don't do that when you speak. Well, I mean, you just won't. You won't. I think you're a sociopath, honestly. I mean, the way you're looking at me right now. I mean, you have never had an interaction with me that is kind, that is not bullying. You have to always make a noise like you're doing right now. And you think that's okay to act that way. It's not. And I'm sad for Denver that you're going to work there. But at any rate, I'm sorry that I attempted to make this motion, and I, at this point, am going to make a point of appeal about the denial of the motion. Because this is an important issue. It has to be decided immediately. And so point of appeal, I ask that the motion be considered, if not tonight, at the next city council meeting. And I will write it down if that's what we need to be able to look at it and submit it. But it's an important motion, and the people on this council have a chance right now to show the public that you are not totally bought and sold.
I have a point of information for the city attorney. Can Councilor Springsteen make a motion right now from council reports?
Councilor Stewart, go ahead. Okay, we're doing reports right now, and it's
but
Councilor
let
Stewart's
me
time.
see. No, point of information, everything's stopped. Yep, there it is. And she was ready to answer my question.
I didn't even get it, so.
Right, I asked if it was okay for Councilor Springsteen to make a motion now during council reports, or any one of us for that matter.
The parliamentarian for your body is the mayor, and I'm happy to provide additional information on Robert's rules when requested by the parliamentarian. But generally, there is no motions taken during mayor and city council reports. This is the time when it's just general information, and the public should not have to worry about surprise motions or surprise business popping up here.
Councilor Stewart.
The mayor just said something under his breath to me. I don't know what it was, but it was something about my personal life. And I don't really understand what that was about either.
So Councilor, you just attacked me, and we're just going to let things roll, and Councilor Stewart has the floor.
Well, okay, Your Highness, bully.
Okay. I have a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank the community who came out on Saturday for our joint ward meeting that was really spearheaded by our counselors in wards 1 and 5. So thank you guys for your work on that. I think that the community found it really informational to hear from all the candidates for mayor on what the issues they cared about were and where they stood. So I was really happy to be a part of that with my construction paper timekeeping. I want to talk about the park, obviously. There are different ways to advocate and get things done, and I think that they're all really important. There is room for all of us and all of our approaches in this ecosystem, or that's at least how it should be in a healthy democracy. There is room for people who stand up and are truth tellers, and there is room for people who work quietly with others trying to get things done. And there certainly is a need for the public to get involved and to come and do what you did tonight. And I deeply appreciate your advocacy. I say that because the way that I govern isn't flashy and out there and in your face always, but I do want my constituents and my community to know that I have been working on this issue for at least a year, especially with the community from the Belmar Commons, who, like they said, have known about the potential for this project for a couple of years now. Nothing was done in secret because there has been no approval of this project. We are in the revision stage. The plans that a lot of people have seen are from the first and the second round of revisions. I think it's really important that we all have hard discussions sometimes and disagree and advocate and sometimes even yell. That's okay. I think, again, it's really important in this whole ecosystem, but what is even more important is that we're not spreading misinformation and that we're all at least having our conversations from the same set of facts. So that's really what I have tried to do with our community. I have been engaged heavily in trying to facilitate as many conversations and dialogues between the community and our city staff that are part of making these decisions as I possibly can, and continuing to be on the phone probably weekly and advocate for my community and the very legitimate concerns that a lot of us have around sustainability, around habitat, around safety, around traffic. Again, these are okay things to talk about. They're okay things to disagree about. But at the end of the day, probably everyone is not going to get everything that they want. And Brene Brown says clear is kind. So that is what I've been trying to do, is be very clear as we move along in this process, what we can do, what may be more difficult to do, what we're trying to do. There are already revisions to these plans in the works that are preserving more trees than the original plan. Again, this is not cooked. This is continuing. It probably will for a very long time. I want you to know that a lot of us up here, as well as the staff and the departments who are involved in all of these decisions, we're here tonight, and I saw a lot of note-taking. So again, I want to be very clear that it is quite possible that we are not all going to get everything that we want. But what is very clear is that we all deeply care about this park. The fact is that not a single foot of parkland that is currently dedicated as parkland is being affected and built on. It is not legal in the city of Lakewood for designated parkland to be utilized for anything other than parkland. The property that is in question is privately owned, was privately sold, is currently already zoned for the use that is being asked to be put on it. We can debate whether or not that was the right decision. That's fine. But at this point in time, that's what it's owned. And the reality is that this entire area was drawn into what's called an urban renewal district by a city council that was sitting in these chambers 25 years ago in order to spur on redevelopment and mitigate blight that existed in the area 25 years ago. The fact that it doesn't exist anymore is a testament to the success of the urban renewal district. The other fact and reality that we are dealing with is that in 2019, the Strategic Growth Initiative was drafted and passed by the people of Lakewood and had a very specific carve-out from a lot of the public hearing requirements and then a lot of the affordable housing requirements that we retroactively put into the ordinance 2 years ago because it was in an urban renewal district. All urban renewal districts were carved out and exempted. So there are a lot of tools that we don't have at our disposal because of the intersection of a lot of different decisions that were made at a lot of different times, and perhaps the lack of thinking about unintended consequences. And I think it's a very real thing that perhaps this development and some of the lack of control that we have around what type of housing is going in there is because of this. And the fact is that all we can do is learn from this and try to do better and try to make this as good for the community as we possibly can. So my commitment to you is that I will continue that work. I may not be the loudest voice, but I promise you that I am working, I'm advocating for you. You can call me, lots of people have. I answer everyone and I will call you back, even if you yell at me. I'll keep working for you. That's all I have.
Nicely done. Ward 4.
Okay. I've got a burr under my saddle, and it's why I'm being a bit conflicting tonight, and it's all about the way this body treated Councilman Abel at the last meeting he was here. You might remember that we were talking about the Stevenson annexation, and it probably even passed unanimously. I think it did. But what I saw and what happened was that very few people asked questions here. Actually, Mayor Pro Tem Strom did, and so I'm leaving her out of this group of people that I'm talking about right now. But, so, you didn't say anything, you didn't say anything, you didn't say anything, you didn't say anything, and Sharon, you didn't say anything, the whole meeting. And Charlie spoke up and was asking questions. But I could see it from over here that he was having serious trouble putting his thoughts together. And I've talked to him, and I know he's had back problems and some other health problems, and I was actually worried about him. But then Counselor, my compatriot, Barb Franks, called the question, and then the 7 of you voted to shut him up. And so I'm still vivid about this because he was trying. He's tried for 8 years to be a good citizen of Lakewood and ask questions. We're going to miss him greatly from here because he knew so much. And so it was really disappointing to me to watch all 7 of you shut him up when you didn't have anything to say yourself. And so I'm very disappointed in this. And I think I'll remember that night for years to come. And I probably won't think very well of the rest, well, the 7 of you because of that. Because it was absurd. It was disrespectful. It was the worst thing I've seen in this council. And it'd be nice if it didn't happen again, but I imagine it will.
Councilor Jansen?
Thank you. So I appreciate you letting me help the people, work on our bills and sorry, I'm really tired right now. I was on the farm yesterday and it's been a long weekend. I think the people, you talk about equity and everything, the people that are renting aren't even going to know because we're not getting any money back. People that own their property aren't getting any money back. They're just getting a reduction in their taxes, and it's very modest. It's a very modest reduction, but like I said, it's going to help. It'll help some family whose son needs glasses, that's going to help pay for the glasses, or it's going to help with a prescription, or it's going to help, with groceries, it's just going to help. And I really think we should pass this for the people. They're really going to need it. This has been, some people said, 175%. Some people have had 275% increases in their property taxes. And it's time that we do something, and we can start something maybe in the state where people say, hey, Lakewood did it. Let's do it for our city. Let's do it for our citizens too. Let's work together to make things affordable for people again. It starts with the taxes. I remember we had a tax break, and I just remember it was $70 on my paycheck, and I was like, I had extra $70. And that was awesome. I could give to places that needed it. I gave to Joy's Kitchen. I gave them that when I had that extra money, I gave it to other people. That's what Patty was talking about, helping other people. I know when you have that little extra bit, you can help other people and help them get out of problems. The homelessness, it starts somewhere. And I think it starts in the tax area. When we overtax our citizens, they feel oppressed and they just can't get out of it. And I think this is what we need. So thanks, and I hope we all appreciate and get going on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening. Thank you. No one's mentioned our really exciting news towards homelessness. Can I speak about this? Okay. Wanted to send out a huge congratulations to Recovery Works, one of our partners here in Lakewood that is doing amazing, amazing work in addressing the needs of our unhoused neighbors. And we received grant funds this past week, or an award that will go towards, we've been talking for a while about our homeless navigation center and moving forward with this, and it feels like it is at a snail's pace, and it has been. And this past week, we had some pretty significant movement on that. So very, very excited. The ball feels now like it's rolling towards addressing some of the needs of our unhoused neighbors. Recovery Works is operating now up off of Colfax and providing lots of services that are very critical to our unhoused, helping them, with showering and with laundry and getting jobs and things like that. So that was not included in our budget conversation last night or tonight, but maybe it was last night. Kind of almost was last night. So very, very exciting. And with that, I understand we have a big thank you to make towards for Travis Parker and Amy Dieknicker, who played a very big role with that application process. So very exciting to have more progress move out to that. And that's the only report I have for this evening.
Great. So lively meeting. So I appreciate everybody's. Oh shoot, Ward 1. Just
yes,
take it
thank
away.
you. No problem. I really want to just say one quick update for Ward 1. We have a cleanup day happening on 10/28 from 8 to 12 p.m. at Shepherd of the Hills at Sims and 20th. And I wanted to really just recognize, too, the folks that came out around the Belmar Park issue. This is important to us. I want you to know that we're working for you all. We hear you. There have been counselors who've been working on this long before the news cameras came out this weekend, and so we're really excited to keep that work up for you, and we're listening. And then I would just, in response to Councilor Olver, I'm sorry that that happened, and I don't recall that going down quite like that. I appreciate the work that Councilor Abel has done, and I hope that people had a chance to read what I wrote about him and looking at Lakewood. But I hope that you can find it in your heart the way that we have, and the number of times that you've disrespected us up here on the council, to move through that too. So, and with that, that's the end of my report.
Okay. And I thought you did a very nice tribute in the Looking at Lakewood. That was very kind. So was just excited about how the meeting started with the proclamations, and that was a really cool and unique opportunity that in my tenure I haven't seen. So thank you to everybody that came out for that. And Councilor Stewart really said it very eloquently, and she's somebody that's been working on this for well over a year and truly is having the hard conversations and not just swooping in to take advantage of a situation. And I would encourage the community to continue to work with her. To a person, would that be the project that I'd like to see there? No, it's not something that I think is amazing either. And a property owner has owned that for a long time and has been a good partner with the city. They've let us use their parking lots for years. And so it's not a perfect situation, but it's one that I think the community can continue to work with and try to find ways to address some of these concerns. I did a deal today. There's over 1,400 residential units within 1,000 feet of that park. That's a lot of residential units, and it's still a lovely place, right? We still love it. And I'm confident that as this moves forward with community interactions, again, I continue to encourage you to work with Councilor Stewart. She's engaged. She's trying everything she can. I think that it can be an equitable situation for all. And we do go back a long way, many people, and that park at one time wasn't gonna be a park. It was never gonna just come to the city of Lakewood. There was a lot of work that had to be done, and council does take our open space and our parks seriously, as evidenced by the expansions that we've done throughout the years. So I know staff is engaged on multiple different levels. This is just through its first iteration. And there's going to be a lot of opportunity to move forward and hopefully, try to make the best that we can. But honesty is key, and some sort of frustration that we're doing this on purpose or we're taking away parkland. I heard from a young lady tonight that we're building this on parkland. We need to start from the facts, and we're not, right? That's certainly illegal in our charter for the city of Lakewood to do that. And so the more we can come together with one voice, and land use is the most challenging thing that we deal with at the local level, and it gets people fired up, but being divisive or kind of fighting one another without knowing where we all really stand, not knowing that, hearing some of the comments tonight, knowing that I do agree. I have a lot of concerns, and it was a perfect storm. I wasn't on council when that was put into an urban renewal area. And a sitting council member and a planning commissioner tonight wrote that ordinance and exempted that from it, right? So there's a lot more to these situations, and so cooler heads should prevail. Conversations should continue. Your activism is amazing. That's what makes it great. And for our point of view, not only do I represent everybody who is here tonight, I represent 158,000 residents. And 1,400 residents have the wonderful opportunity to enjoy that park every day. And so there potentially could be some more. And our goal and the best that we can do is to make sure we mitigate as much as we can. And going back to the process, and we do have a process, and we have Robert's rules, and we have policies and procedures. We know, and Councilor Springsteen knows, she's been on council for 4 years. The process to bring something, especially a resolution that was read, that we have no idea what kind of legal ramifications, we haven't been briefed on it, that's not ripe for any sort of vote. It's not good governance, and it's not doing our responsibility to the community to be leaders, right? It's performative, it sounds good, it gets people fired up, that's great. But there are processes, and we have to follow those. We are the leaders of the community. We have to follow the processes that this own body sets in place. And so there is a path for anybody to move things forward within this city council. I go back to Councilor Jansen. That's what she did tonight for her mill levy increase conversation, and that can continue to happen. But something so, I think, prescriptive on what was directing could actually backfire in that we don't even know if that is legal based upon where we are with this situation. And to say that we're scared of litigation, not at all. In fact, Councilor Springsteen sued me 3 times since she's been on council. I don't think we're really scared of it. She sued Ms. Hodson, our police department. So we will take care of legal action as we need to take care of legal action. And again, hope folks will continue to work together. Ms. Bjorklund, Shane, thank you so much. Another big budget through, and number 16 for me. Ms. Hodson, thank you to your team. Mr. Dortek, appreciate you. And Sergeant, thank you for being with us tonight. And we will adjourn at 12:07 p.m.